Assalamu alaikum. Uh, Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Uh, it's a great honor for us to host you here online. And I really appreciate if you can, for the opening ceremony, if you can turn on your cameras, please. Really appreciate. İltimos qilib qolardik agar imkon bo'lsa, hamma agar ochilish marosimida kameralarni yoqib qo'yishsa. Yes, perfect. Very nice. Okay. So it's a great honor for us to have you here early morning. I think in Uzbekistan, and it's almost noon in Vietnam, Hanoi, and other parts of the world. So it's a great honor for us to have you here for the 4th International CLIL Conference. Such a great joy for us. So we are trying to continue the legacy that we started very long years ago. So and we really appreciate for those joining us because this event will continue up to 10 hours and it will finish by 5 p.m. Tashkent time. So I do believe you will have a great joy listening and joining different sessions regarding the CLIL, and of course looking forward to have you for the next year, for the next CLIL as well. So why CLIL is important? So with the expansion of globalization, diversity of language, and the need for communication are seen as central issues. Even with the major languages such as English, Chinese, Spanish, or Arabic, other languages are unlikely to disappear. They will exist. And some countries have strong views regarding the use of other languages within their borders. So with the globalization, languages will play a key role in curricula across the globe. And right now, attention needs to be given to the training of teachers. This is very important, I think, and the development of frameworks and methods which will improve the quality of language education. So today, the conference will focus on how does CLIL work, because still there is a confusion and people are frustrated sometimes. And today, the conference will focus on the advantages of CLIL. For example, how CLIL helps to improve overall and specific language competence or develop multilingual interest and attitudes. And of course, the conference will focus how CLIL works within the classroom, which is also very important. And of course, the future of CLIL. Like CLIL is based on language acquisition, but in monolingual situation, a good deal of conscious learning is involved. So, which means that CLIL will be investigated from different perspectives based on the case studies implemented in different countries. So I do believe you will have a great joy having this conference. And for the opening ceremony, we invited the distinguished speakers from different universities, even from different countries. Actually, this conference is hosted by University of Exact and Social Sciences in Uzbekistan. This is our long-term partner. This university, we are doing a lot of projects with them. And this is another project that will be realized today. And with the great joy and honor, I will give the speech to the director of university, Dr. G'olibjon Boturov. Assalomu alaykum.
Assalomu alaykum.
G'olib aka, yaxshimisiz? Salomatligingiz tinchmisiz?
Rahmat.
So'z navbati sizga, akajon. Salomat.
Rahmat. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli konferensiya
Ovoz kelmayapti.
Eshitilyaptimi? Eshitilyaptimi o'zi?
Eshitilyapti, eshitilyapti.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari. Mana yuqorida aytib o'tganlaridek, Azamat Akbarov bilan bir nechta proyektlarni davom ettiryapmiz. Shulardan biri bugungi konferensiyamiz. Ingliz tilida gapirishga harakat qilaman, kamchiliklar bo'lsa uzr so'rayman. Good morning to our guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone to this much awaited conference. It gives me immense pleasure to be standing in front of you all. I mean, amongst the most estimated personalities who have won accolades in their respective fields. Before we start the conference, I would like to express my gratitude towards you all who sincerely contributed to this event in order to make it success. This wouldn't have been possible without the support of each and everyone present here. I assure you that this conference will be proved fruitful and informative for all the members participating in the conference. I want to thank again and good luck, everyone.
Ajoyib. Really appreciate all
Thank
of
you.
it.
Thank
Such
you.
an amazing experience we are having with you. I do believe that in a very soonest time we will have another grandiose project realized in cooperation with the University of Exeter and Social Sciences. Really appreciate it. Really thanks a lot.
Thank you for you also.
Thank you. So and now I think let me see. Rojnake shu yerdamiz? Yes, perfect. Yeah, because the rector of Namangan State Institute University of Foreign Languages, Dr. Roy, it's a great honor for us to have this university also a long-term partner and joining the different events organized in cooperation with other our partners. So, Dr. Wajiddin Karimov, Rector of Namangan State Institute of Foreign Languages, floor is yours, please. Ovoz yoqib qo'ying, Rojin aka. Ovoz eshitilmayapti.
Assalomu alaykum.
Perfect.
Rahmat, har doimgidek o'zbek tilida boshlasak, Azamat aka sizga rahmat. Mana qayerda bo'lmasak, bizni topib, qidirib, majburiy ixtiyoriy ravishda shu xalqaro konferensiyalarda ishtirok etishimizni ta'minlab berayotganingizdan juda ham xursandmiz, mamnunmiz va bunga juda ham o'zimizni minnatdorligimizni bildiramiz sizga. Rahmat. Men samolyotdan hozir 15 minut bo'ldi yetib kelganimga va o'zimni dil izhorlarimni yozib kelgan edim. Ruxsat bersanglar shuni o'qib beraman. Chunki men hozir to'satdan korabля на bal bo'lib qoldi. Shuning uchun uzr so'rayman. Lekin dil izhorlarim mana shu qog'ozda, if it's okay. Let me read my sayings that are on my paper. Rahmat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and excitement that I'm welcome and you all to this year content and language integrated learning. If you allow me to, I would say CLIL or CLIL, maybe CLIL, it's okay. Thank you. CLIL conference. And today we gather here as educators, researchers, and advocates to celebrate the transformative power of integrating language and content in education. As we embark on this journey of exploration and discovery, let's reflect on the profound impact that CLIL has had on language learning and content instruction around the world. From its humble beginning to its widespread adoption in classrooms across continents, CLIL has revolutionized the way we teach and learn. And the heart of CLIL lies the recognition that language is not simply a tool for communication, but a gateway to knowledge and understanding. By integrating language and content seamlessly, CLIL empowers students to engage with academic concepts in a meaningful and authentic way, fostering deeper comprehension and critical thinking skills. Today, as we believe into the myriad facets of CLIL, let's seize the opportunity to share our knowledge, exchange ideas, and inspire one another. Whether we are discussing innovative teaching methodologies, sharing research findings, or exploring new frontiers in CLIL implementation, and let's approach this conference with open minds and hearts. As educators, we have the power of shape the future of education and empower the next generation of learners. Let's embrace the challenge and opportunities that lie ahead with courage and determination. Together, let's continue to push the boundaries of CLIL and unlock the full potential of language learning and context instruction. In closing, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all speakers, presenters, and participants for invaluable contribution to this conference. Your passion, dedication, and expertise are the driving force behind the success of CLIL. And I'm honored to stand among you today as a representative of Namangan State Institute of Foreign Languages. Thank you, and let's embark on this journey together, united in our commitment to excellence in education. Thank you so much. It's my hard words that I made when I was in the sky.
Yes.
Azamat, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I really appreciate such a wonderful greeting. I mean, it's an amazing experience you are having. Just landed in Uzbekistan and joining us to the conference. So this is a great, I think, a chance for us to have you here. Really appreciate. United, we will be moving towards implementing CLIL in all the ways and implication. Really appreciate. So now we are turning to our neighboring country, to Kazakhstan. And we have another distinguished speaker from Kazakhstan. And with the great honor, I would like to invite Dr. Sholpan Tarasbek. And she's a Vice Director for Global Partnership, Almaty Management University in Kazakhstan. And shortly, we call it Almayu, one of the leading and the first private university of Kazakhstan, and even in CIS countries. One of the progressive, leading, quality university. So Dr. Sholpan Tarasbek, floor is yours, please, go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Akbarov. Nice to meet you. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity to talk to you today and give this welcome speech, especially after this beautiful introduction to my speech presented by Azamat. First of all, I would like to congratulate all participants of the conference who are attending today. And being someone who is far from language education, I was still very delighted by Azamat's suggestion and offering to attend today. We understand that in a modern society, we cannot see language as something that is far from or not relevant from society, from the content, and etc. So, and then on the other hand, there is a reason why we learn language, right? We learn the language in order to talk this language and be able to build these bridges between societies and between different knowledge systems. So we all know that OECD emphasizes again and again that literacy should be functional, that language literacy should be functional. So whenever we talk about the importance of language education, of foreign language education, we also understand that there is a significant reason why we do this. As someone who, I graduated the Kazakh-Turkish Lyceum myself when I was in a high school, and we all had this, at our schools, we had this STEM subjects, math, physics, chemistry, they were taught in English. And only while after that, when I became an education professional myself, I realized that this was indeed a CLIL approach, because it made me and many other students who studied these languages in English, that we succeeded not only in this specific subject-oriented knowledge, but we also became more progressive with the language. So that's why I think as an approach, as the pedagogical approach, CLIL is such an important method that we really need to understand the specificities of how to be able to use this approach in our classrooms, in our universities. So I would like to, first of all, thank all of the participants, because you are attending this conference because you are interested in this topic, or you are studying this topic as a researcher, as an educational researcher. So because of your interest, I think the approach of CLIL will be more and more interesting in our region. So I would like to thank you again, and I would like to wish everyone success in today's class. And it was very nice to meet you all.
Үлкен рахмет, Шолпан Hanım.
Рахмет.
Sağ olunuz. Yes, such a wonderful experience having you online here from Almaty University. Wish you all the best. Such a wonderful team you have.
Thank you.
So now we are turning to another almost neighboring country, just behind the Caspian Sea. We have the speaker from Azerbaijan. This time we have a speaker from Azerbaijan, Nakhchivan State University. And Nakhchivan itself, it's a very wonderful, lovely city, famous for Ashabi Kahf and Prophet Noah grave tomb. And I have been there for almost 10 days last year. They have such a wonderful weather, historical monuments, and this is a very important part of Azerbaijan as well. Nakhchivan State University, also one of the leading universities of Azerbaijan, having wonderful campuses and having wonderful team of scholars. For the last 1 year, we are cooperating with this university. Even today, a few speakers representing this university as well, which shows that this university, in a scholarly way, exercising its muscle to show that the strength and power of the knowledge in this university. So now it's a great honor for me to invite, to give the floor to Dr. Rajab Jafarli, Advisor to Director for Strategic Development of Nakhchivan State University. Rajab Bey, hoş geldiniz. Buyurun.
Hoş bulduk Dr. Akberov. Çok teşekkür ederiz. It's so good to hear about your good experiences on Nakhchivan, your travels to Nakhchivan. And we would like again to have you here. And also we would like to develop the cooperation and the collaboration with our respected Turkish countries. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, scholars, and educators from the globe, it's both honor and privilege to stand before you today on the behalf of Nakhchivan State University and also our respected rector, Professor Elbrus Saeed, as we gather here for the International Conference on Empowering Learners, Enhancing Education, Innovations in CLIL, Pedagogy and Practices. I'm deeply delighted to welcome each of you to this conference, the forum, and also it's the good opportunity for exchanging and developing the cooperation and collaboration. Nakhchivan State University stands as a testament to the enduring pursuit of academic excellence situated at the interaction of tradition and innovation. So with the storied history spanning decades, our institution has remained steadfast in its commitment to providing quality education and also nurturing intellectual growth. In reflecting on the unique contribution of universities to the fields of education, as educators, we find ourselves at the forefront of innovation, embracing the cutting edge teaching methodologies and also fostering the interdisciplinary learning. So sorry. In reflecting on the unique contribution of the university to the field of education, we find ourselves at the forefront of innovation, and also the theme of this conference resonate deeply with the essence of our university. By championing CLLA, pedagogy and practice, we aim to equip our students with the skills and the knowledge necessary to navigate an increasingly interconnected world. Because the main aim of the enhancing or just the teaching or learning the language is the communication, the main task, main target, and the main aim. And also we have to understand that without communication, there is no any solution. So through the seamless integration of the language and content, we strive to cultivate bilingualism, foster academic excellence, and also prepare learners to thrive in the complexity of a globalized society. And as we embark on this transformative journey together, let's remain steadfast in our commitment to innovation and excellence in education. On behalf of Nakhchivan State University, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all participants for your invaluable contributions and also unwavering dedication to advancing education. May this conference serve as the catalyst for positive change and inspiring us to shape a brighter future and generate to come. Thank you so much for having and also maintaining this opportunity for us. Dr. Akbarov.
Yes, really appreciate. Rajab Bey, çok sağ olun, teşekkürler. İnşallah diğer sefer
Teşekkür
bekleriz
ederiz.
Özbekistan'a. Yes.
İnşallah. Teşekkürler.
Such a wonderful neighbors we have today from Kazakhstan and from Azerbaijan as well. So we are giving floor to next speaker, also a very young intellectuals of Uzbekistan and running the umbrella association that unites all teachers of English within Uzbekistan, and they have a long-term cooperation with other countries in Central Asia as well. And they have a wonderful project giving the opportunity for self-development, for qualification, and for other trainings to English teachers within Uzbekistan. So my good friend and my colleague, Mr. Mirjalol Mirsabit, is the head of Uzbekistan Teachers of English Association, shortly called UST. Yeah, Mr. Mirjalol, yeah, floor is yours, please.
Assalamu alaikum, qadrli ustozlar, distinguished guests from China, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, Italy, United Kingdom, Spain, Iran, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and of course, teachers from Uzbekistan and fellow educators. I also say welcome to this significant gathering. It's also a privilege to be online here today representing USTI at this transformative event. I would like also to start by extending a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Azamat Akbarov, whose leadership and vision have been pivotal in shaping this conference. As you mentioned, your dedication also empowers young leaders like me, myself, to pursue excellence in education. And to all educators present today, your commitment to developing innovative teaching and learning environments is truly inspiring. I'm pretty sure that each topic on the conference, from best practices on CLL implementation and integrating technology in learning environments reflects our shared commitment to advancing education system, not only in Uzbekistan, but globally. I also need to mention that the quality and organization of this conference are exemplary, setting a high standard for professional development and collaboration. I wish every participant fruitful exchanges, and may this conference inspire you and equip you with new insights and tools and benefits to your students as well. Thank you. I wish you all a very successful conference. Ahmad.
Rahmat, Marjalal, Salamat Buling. Yes, we are almost on time. Yes, so in 3 minutes, we are going to finish the opening ceremony. Such a wonderful timekeeping we have for today. I do believe the next conference we can have in person, because the first two conferences we organized, the first one we organized in Europe, and the second conference was organized in 2019 in Uzbekistan State University of World Languages in 2019. And last year we organized online, and this year as well we are organizing online, but hopefully the next one will be in person, because the CLIL, it's a very important trend. It's important educational tool that right now we are using, because we are becoming English medium university worldwide. I mean, in Uzbekistan, the percentage of classes, subjects taught in English are increasing right now. So in that term, the subject teacher sometimes may face linguistic disadvantages, or vice versa. Can be very good in languages, but not very good in subjects. So this is, I think, a very important question that today most of our speakers will elaborate within their presentations, and hopefully the next year we can have that conference in person. So the first part of the conference, the opening ceremony, now it's very close to end, and our first speaker, the Italian speaker, Dr. Letizia, she's one of the two people running the CLIL Association worldwide, and today she arrived to UK. She has a conference. You know that today IATEFL starts its conference in UK, and she had a problem with Wi-Fi, so she will join us later time. We are now starting with the speaker from Vietnam. So we have a Dr. Nguyen Thai Tui. She's from Foreign Trade University in Vietnam. So as a teacher of English at Faculty of English for Specific Purposes in Hanoi, she has an experience in ESP for 16 years. And Tu Nguyen has a bachelor degree in Pedagogic English from Hanoi Teacher Training University, Vietnam. And she has a master's degree in TESOL in Applied Linguistics from La Trobe University, Australia, one of the leading and famous universities, by the way. And she had a PhD degree in Applied Linguistics from Autonomous University of Madrid, Spain. And her research interests focus on CLIL, corrective feedback, classroom interactional competence, teacher development, and learners' autonomy. Her most recent publication is entitled CLIL in Spain and Vietnam, Different Contexts, Different Patterns of Corrective Feedback, published online in Journal of Immersion and Content-Based Language Education, John Benjamin's publishing company, just the last year. Such a wonderful present she had for herself for last year. So, Dr. Tu Nguyen, so happy to have you here, and the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Samad. And hello, everyone. I now start to share the screen to start my presentation, okay?
Yes, yes, please.
Can you tell me if if it's clear enough from there?
We can see the screen. Yeah, you can open your presentation.
Okay, and now. Okay,
Perfect.
so
Very
hello,
nice.
everyone. Okay, good. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Samad, for your introduction. I now will take the time and start with my presentation now, okay? So I'm Thủy Nguyễn. My first name is Thủy. My family name is Nguyen, okay? I'm from Foreign Trade University, and the title of the presentation today is Teachers' Oral Quality Feedback in Primary CLIL Context. So that is mainly from our most recent publication in CLIL in Spain and Vietnam, different contexts, different patterns of quality feedback. I start with definition of CLIL, among many definitions of CLILs, and I select this one from Ducoy. Yeah. CLIL has been defined as a dual-focused educational approach in which an additional language is used for the learning and teaching of both content and language. Coined on 2010, we see that the most distinguished features of CLIL is the integration of content and language in the teaching and learning. So why is CLIL? CLIL was born in the context of European countries, where people have been searching for a more effective tool to apply in their language teaching and learning. And content and language integrated learning was born in the 1990s. In such context, in order to for a multilingual Europe and to promote European citizens in competence in additional languages. CLIL in Spain, because Spain is one of the most active countries in doing CLIL. There are two CLIL projects in Madrid. The one started in 1996, that is the British Council and Spanish Ministry of Education bilingual project, but it died out and replaced by the second one, which started in 2004 by the Community of Madrid project. In terms of research, there has been a large body of studies in CLIL at all levels, primary school, secondary school, with various subjects. But still, more CLIL research is needed for solid and sounder practical implications. Turning to Vietnam, my country. So what's about CLIL in Vietnam? A brief note about former Vietnam. Before 1998, leader valid in emphasis on English teaching and learning until grade 6 out of the total 12 classes. And from 1998 to 2010, English is optional from grade 3 onwards, from 2010 until present, and it's a compulsory subject from grade 3. So more and more emphasis on English teaching and learning in Vietnam. And I would like to mention the a very important project, a National Foreign Language Project in Vietnam, 2008 and 2020. And here, I would want to summarize the main things, the main objectives of the project. Number one is to implement 10 years compulsory English foreign program. And number two is to promote English bilingual programs at all levels. And here, where we see the emergence of CLIL in Vietnam. Number 3, to promote advanced program at tertiary level, which transplant US, UK, Australian, and New Zealand curriculum with all subject instruction in English. We understand this like the EMI, English medium instruction in tertiary level. And the last one, to identify CEFR 6 levels as standards for foreign language competency. The emergence of CLIL in Vietnam, as I have just highlighted, the second objective here of the national project is to promote English bilingual programs at all levels. CLIL was piloted and have been partly implemented alongside the English as foreign language program in the national system, especially at gifted high school in 5 major cities in Vietnam. Well, let me explain why at gifted high school and in 5 major cities in Vietnam, because the government thought that they did believe that students and teachers at gifted high school would do it better and would give the model for the rest of the country to implement CLIL. Unfortunately, the project failed in 2017 for several reasons. Number 1, unclear pathway for CLIL implementation. No standardized curricula and unsuitable teaching materials, students with low levels of English, and the shortage of qualified CLIL teachers. I want to emphasize again here the first and the last one, unclear pathway and the shortage of qualified CLIL teachers. So bear that in mind. And I came to Madrid, Spain for the PhD, and we would want to do something and would learn the lesson from Spain in doing CLIL. And in terms of research in Vietnam, it has been very sparse. So with that in mind, we were strongly motivated to compare the context. Compare CLIL teaching practices in Spain, who has got a lot more experience, and Vietnam, the novice, the leader, the beginners in doing CLIL. We focus on CLIL classroom interaction, particularly on teachers' oral quality feedback at primary school level. 4, development of appropriate pedagogical practices in each setting. Research questions. We have 2 main research questions. What types of oral quality feedback do teachers use? So the first one, we care about the types of oral quality feedback that the teachers in each context use. And the second question, we work on the extent of learner uptake and repair following different types of corrective feedback. Theoretical framework of the study, we base on the corrective feedback model by Lister and Ranta 1997 and Lister and Murray 2006. Let me explain to you the model of corrective feedback that we used in our study. We start with the learner's errors. In the original version, in the original corrective feedback model by the authors here, then there should be more L1 and gender here in the learner's error. But in our present study, we adapt the model and we excluded L1 and gender. Given that English is the target language, so there's no difference in the gender in English. So we excluded that in the study. That's the way we adapt the model. And following learner's error can be no corrective feedback, then topic continuation. The other way is followed by teacher's corrective feedback. And teacher's corrective feedback can be divided into 2 ways, 2 groups, 2 big groups here, reformulations and prompts. For reformulations, we have explicit correction. The teacher supplies the correct form and clearly indicates what student had said was incorrect. So that's about explicit correction. Recast, the teacher's reformulation of all or part of the student's utterance, minus the error. Prompts, we have prompts here with 4 subtypes: elicitation, clarification request, metalinguistic clues, and repetition. Well, a little later, I will give you examples taken from my data to explain these types. But this is the model. In following teacher's quality feedback type, learners' responses can be no uptake, then topic continuation. In the case of uptake, then it is divided into needs repair with 7 subtypes and self-repair. Here we now move on to the examples. Okay, all of the examples in the presentation today taken from our database. The first, explicit correction. Snakes, not snakes, snakes. So there's a mistake here. And teacher explicitly point out the student's mistake and correct it here. We call this explicit correction. The second type, recast. As we get older, we develop physical, mental, and emotional. There's a grammar mistake here. The teacher, physically, mentally, and emotionally. So teacher repeat part of the student's utterance, but minus the error. So that's the recast. And the biggest type of corrective feedback is prompt. We have the first subtype of prompts is elicitation. One day when I was small, I take I, leave space, and raise the voice to elicit the students' uptake. Then a student pick it up. I took money. Correct the mistake here. So this is elicitation. Metalinguistic clue. Now everyone look at this and tell me, what are they? Snake. Snake? No, snakes. Okay, the question is, what are they? So the teacher is expecting that student answer with plural form. So there's a mistake here. Okay. Clarification request. Another food curve, carbohydrates and fiber, pronounced wrongly. Sorry, can you speak louder and clearly? Carbohydrates and fiber. So that's clarification request. Sorry, can you speak louder and clearly? The last subtype is repetition. Vitamin C hurts haircut. Wrong pronunciation. Hell. Okay, so that's the explanation of the corrective feedback model. I should move a bit faster, right? The context and participants, I'm going to do to give it very quickly here. You can see the context is Madrid, Spain, and Hanoi, Vietnam. In Madrid, that is public, but in Hanoi is private because public not yet implemented. So it offers the only availability for the comparison. And bilingual type in Madrid, only 33% to 50%, half of the program in English. But in Hanoi, much less, around 20% in English. We had 3 schools in Madrid and 2 schools in Vietnam. So in total, we have 3 native teachers in each context. Now, 3 native Spanish native speaker in Spain and 4 Vietnamese native speaker. After the long process and overcoming challenges and obstacles to get the data, and this is the final database of the study. Okay, we now turning to results and discussion. I would like to focus more on the qualitative feedback types and learner uptake and repair. The first table gives you the information on the frequencies and percentage of corrective feedback types used by teachers in the two contexts. Let's look at Madrid here and Hanoi here. I have highlighted the most important information in the table. As you can see, we see the same patterns in the two contexts, with recast accounting the most percentage in both of the contexts, followed by prompts, and lastly by explicit correction. And we did the significant test. We got the result with significantly statistically significant difference in explicit correction and slight difference in recast. Okay, so the bar chart would give you a better look, and you can see the red here. That's recast used in Madrid, Spain, and in Vietnam. And explicit correction, a lot more in Hanoi compared to Madrid. The second table would give you information on the type of corrective feedback by different teachers. So we have 3 teachers in the Madrid context, and I highlighted here. They have the same patterns of using more recast, followed by prompts and explicit correction. So it's similar to the overall trend. How about Hanoi context? We see it's various in here. We have 4 teachers and teacher 5 and teacher 7, similar to the teachers in the Madrid context and also to overall patterns. With teacher number 5, even 100% using recast. Teacher 7. Teacher 4, more prompts. Teacher 6, prompts and explicit correction, the same. And here the bar charts, okay, you see in the Madrid context, the red bars, okay, very high. So recast are used a lot by all of the 3 teachers in the Madrid context. How about in Hanoi? You see here the only column, the red one by teacher number 5, teacher 7. So similar to the overall patterns. The difference is here, teacher 6, explicit correction and prompts the same. And teacher number 4, prompts the most. Now let's moving on uptake. That means the learner's responses following the teacher's corrective feedback. Comparing the 2 contexts, we see another similar pattern here. Overall, around 40% no uptake. So the red's uptake. Okay, so the blue is no uptake and the rest combined here. More or less the same, the total number. Uptake after corrective feedback types. So we have an explicit correction, we have a recast, and we have prompts. Madrid and Hanoi. Let's focus on the blue first. I have a mark here for you so that you can follow it better. For the repair following explicit correction, recast, and prompt. So in the Madrid context, the teacher, all of the 3 teachers was effective in using all of the 3 types of corrective feedback. The high level of repair following all of the 3 types of the corrective feedback can show that. How about Hanoi? We see Hanoi, a very high level of repair after explicit correction. That means the teachers in the Hanoi context used explicit correction the most effectively, followed by prompts, and the least effective is recast. But there's an interesting thing here. That means the teachers in Hanoi used the recast the most, but less effectively. Here the bar chart to give you again, so that you can imagine it better. In the Madrid context, In the Madrid, the red. Okay, and in Hanoi, explicit correction, very effective, the highest percentage. Okay, we recast, the least effective in prompts. Okay, I think I should move a bit faster to save the time, okay? So here, after depending on the teachers, when we look into more detail at the teacher's level, and within the context of Mandarin, let's look at the blue here. And you can see that, again, all of the three teachers are very effective in using corrective feedback types because they show high levels of repair. In the Hanoi context, teacher number 4, effective the most. Teacher number 5, 0% of repair needs repair altogether. So this teacher is not effective at all. Teacher number 6 and number 7, the same. Okay, again here, repair. We look at repair and needs repair to identify the teacher with more effective corrective feedback. So here in the Mandarin and in Hanoi, teacher number 5, no uptick. That's blue. They're not effective at all. So those are the main results from our study, and we would highlight some of very interesting features, interesting findings with the explicit correction in the Hanoi context. Let me show you examples. Slicks, so error phonological, should be not an L but an N here. The teacher correct it using explicit correction. Not slicks, snakes, okay? Everyone say snakes. And the teacher raised her voice, asked the class to repeat snakes. Then of course the class repeats, drew it out loud, snakes, repair, class repair. So this is one of interesting features of educational cultures in Vietnam. Then in this situation, then students are expected to repeat the teacher's correction. That's why following explicit correction in the Hanoi context, there are more uptake in the type of repair, and especially class repair. That means the whole class drew it out loud. Another interesting thing that we found in the context of Mandarin, that is didactic recast. Okay, look at the recast here. A bit long, but let's see. Yesterday we were talking about scientists, about germs, and how the scientists research, and if the scientists research, what did they discover? Vaccinate, that's an error, grammatical. This is not a correct answer to this question. What did they discover? Vaccinations, the teacher stops and correct it. Vaccinations, vaccines, vaccinations. So that's recast. The students realize that and self-correct vaccinations. Okay, and then the teacher continue with the flow. So here is an example of a didactic recast in the Mandarin context, which could successfully generate uptake and repair from the student. That's why following recast in the Mandarin context, there were a lot more of student uptake and repair compared to Hanoi. And here to explain the less level of student uptake in the Hanoi context following recast, and let's look at this example. We found out that this is more like conversational recast. We need food to eat to live, all right? So you can tell me, what does a rabbit need to eat to live? A rabbit? A rabbit eats a carrot. So there's an error here. should be eats. Okay, grammatical. A rabbit eats, a carrot to leave. Teacher's recast. What is the favorite food of frogs? Who can tell me? A meat. Error grammatical. What kind of a meat here? So you see that in this context, in this Hanoi context, the same type of corrective feedback recast, but followed by no uptake. No uptake and no repair from student, because the teacher in this case urged one student to complete the food chain. So she need to keep the flow of the conversation. So no opportunity for uptake and repair following recast. That's why we have a different, we see the differences in the level of uptake following recast in the Hanoi context. So conclusion. For corrective feedback ties, similar overall patterns in both contexts with recast most frequent, followed by prompts and explicit correction. The learner uptake explicit correction particularly effective in Hanoi. Example 1. What's next? Remember? And recast most frequent and most effective in Mandarin due to didactic recast. Stop to correct students' mistake. But recast more frequent but least effective in Hanoi due to conversational recast. Example number 3 with a carrot, meat and carrot. And lastly, prompts resulting in most needs repair in both contexts. Here are the main conclusions. And I would want to highlight again that this research is the very first research comparing the two CLIL contexts in Spain and in Vietnam. So it's novel contribution to CLIL research. It contributed to the understanding of interactional corrective feedback in CLIL, so that we would find ways to incorporate corrective techniques more effectively in both of the settings. For further investigation, we would extend the database and to develop appropriate pedagogical practices in each setting. So thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's a wonderful presentation and such a detailed information. You are type of elaborating the CLIL issues in Vietnam, which is a very, very similar. And what you raised, I think the issues at the very beginning, what type of drawbacks you faced while implementing the CLIL. I think it's the very universal, even for Uzbekistan. And I do believe most of the either subject teachers or language teachers joining this conference, they had a very good insight from your presentation that they can elaborate within their research and within their field of study that they are facing every day. So guys, any questions?
Well, I'm running out of time.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So fruitful and very good experience. And I got a lot from this. As a teacher practitioner, I'm a first year with my higher level, I mean, university students. And then I always try to teach just English purposefully. That's why the CLIL is much more purposeful way of the teaching languages. And then as a teacher practitioner of Namangan State foreign language institution, I also used this practice. And then I got this, the initial, my exploratory action research with my school students also. And then I have the question this, as a teacher of foreign languages, should we have some some similar curricula with other subjects teachers also? For example, I mean, biology teachers or other teachers, should we have the same plan even? What do you think about this?
Thank you for your question. I am understanding that whether CLIL teachers and language teachers or content teacher should do quality feedback the same way. Is that right? If that's
Yeah.
the question.
Yeah, this is. Yeah.
Okay. Just to make it clear, well, I think that all of the teachers at all levels, doing all roles, can do all three types of quality feedback. But depending on the students, depending on different subjects, then we may use one type more than the other type. And the way we vary it depending on the level of students, the subject's content. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
But the important thing that it's not necessary to prioritize one type over the other. Which is more important is the way you combine different techniques effectively, supplement to each other, so that you can provide quality feedback effectively, suitably for your students and for the purpose of the lesson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hope it helps.
Okay, yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the wonderful presentation. I hope that you will join our next event. Really very gratitude, I mean, for your time spending with us. Appreciate.
Thank you. And
Thank
probably
you.
I should leave it there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Now I can see we are now moving to another speaker from Azerbaijan, Dr. Hussein Agha Rizaev. Yeah. Good morning, Hussein Agha Rizaev. Can you hear us? You may turn on your microphone if you wish.
Do you hear me now?
Now it's perfect. Now it's perfect. Let me introduce you, please. Now we have another wonderful speaker from our partner university, and for the long term as well, we are cooperating with this university. In the heart of the Azerbaijan, from Baku, Dr. Hussein Agha Rizaev, and he will talk on enhancing teaching EFL through interdisciplinary principle. Dr. Rizaev, floor is yours, please.
So I greet all the participants and wish success to your conference. So concerning interdisciplinarity, it has become a must of present-day education since we really try to use language for different purposes in different contexts with different people, and any successful communication requires a collective effort by different disciplines working in interdisciplinary groups. We argue that a major concern of interdisciplinarity is to identify how diverse insights from different disciplines can be integrated and serve a unique purpose, since even a mere observation of practice demonstrates that the boundaries between different disciplines are becoming increasingly blurred, and in fact, interdisciplinarity not only already exists, but also flourishing within disciplines. Here, we aim for analyzing to what extent interdisciplinarity compared to the disciplinarity approach is better able to provide a serious update on improving the process of education. Once, if to go back to the history of interdisciplinarity. So once against interdisciplinarity, once popular in psychology and linguistics, structuralism required the research to break the whole into multi-level discrete aspects without considering how teaching these aspects separately harm teamwork, as a result of which the harmony of teaching has been suffering since then, and in fact, the essence has been lost. Therefore, we present a model of interdisciplinarity intervention, which proves helpful in overcoming the discipline-based challenges. Teaching EFL as a complex activity requires all the aspects and levels of language meet, complement each other, and thus contribute to the synthesis of the whole knowledge of language in use. Acknowledging that producing interdisciplinary knowledge requires knowledge of disciplines and disciplinary paradigms, we claim that interdisciplinary approach should also be understood as the integration of concepts and methods of separately taught disciplines, seeking to utilize disciplinary knowledge, methodologies, and skills from different intersecting fields. Interdisciplinary approach provides innovations which single disciplines cannot. Interdisciplinary approach as a vehicle leading to integrity of inevitable knowledge from differing disciplines restricts itself to the analysis of the two questions: how we perceive interdisciplinary approach as a pedagogical tool, and to what extent how we can experience the benefits of interdisciplinarity in motivating and unifying content knowledge through necessary and meaningful connections across disciplines. Merging components of two or more disciplines in a single program of instruction, interdisciplinarity takes a wider view and sees language teaching as an organic whole process. In our presentation concerning the I'm sorry, what has happened?
Yeah, I think there is a lady, she didn't turn on her microphone, unfortunately. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Do you hear me, Azamat Bey?
Yeah, please continue, please.
So in our presentation concerning the possible role of interdisciplinarity in enhancing the EFL teaching, we proceed from the following assumptions. Interdisciplinarity as a multifaceted and multi-level phenomenon enables language users, learners, to communicate the same message in different ways and in varying depths. The first integration of knowledge takes place within the discipline itself. Accordingly, no separately taken discipline is an island, and the extent of its discipline contribution to interdisciplinarity can hardly be established without having a more precise knowledge of the structural and functional potential and interdependence of the internal components of that discipline. What it means is no narrowly focused idea about interdisciplinarity can lead us to an appropriate in-depth explication and analysis, as well as enable us to be a success in exploitation of interdisciplinarity. Such kind of approach to establishing the extent of cooperation and intercomplementary role of the interdiscipline categories also will provide us with an effective key in throwing light on the following issues: how these self-contained and isolated category of, for example, grammar, have mobilized their resources to create grammar as an organic whole; how the fragmented knowledge and meaning containing interdiscipline categories, mobilizing their implicitly expressed interconnections with the potential of the other components of the same category, considerably enrich their content planes, also making teaching easier, more logical, fuller, and more productive, if not to mention increasing student motivation. And finally, why any category as an organic whole itself possesses a quality its components do not. For example, the categories of modality, tense, voice, order, and in fact, the reason of any interdisciplinarity resides in the interdependence and integration of interdiscipline categories. The goal of language teaching is not only to decode the structural and semantic aspects of language units, but rather to grasp to what extent these units contribute to language learning in terms of providing efficient communication, and the reasons why communicants use the same or different units of language for the same or different purposes in different contexts. To understand these notes, students should at minimum assess why and how the meaning of this or that linguistic unit, for example, if to take a lexical unit in different meanings, such a lexical unit as strong, in strong will, strong teeth, strong language, strong person, strong shoes, strong evidence, etc. So this language unit gets adapted to ever-changing needs of communication, while in the second case, where this asymmetry is violated, where this symmetry is violated, because the speaker as a language user intends to communicate more than just the literal meaning. For example, there is someone to see you, if to proceed from the point of the category of modality. And B answers, oh, it will be my sister. Or the use of the present continuous with the meaning of annoyance, irritation, or anger in the sentence. My brother is always leaving the door open, or emphasizing one's critical attitude or dissatisfaction in cases like Sam has been talking on the phone for half an hour, or the use of the lexical unit bloody and there with different meanings and attitudes in the examples, such as Have you decided to go with him? Not bloody, likely, bloody in the meaning of definitely not, while in the sentence, John emerged from the discussions bloody but unbowed. The speaker means not anything else but John's strong character in the sense of although John was harmed, but he was not defeated. As for the adjective bloody in Bloody Mary, it gets further and expresses a completely different meaning in the sense of alcoholic drink made from vodka, tomato juice, and spices. The same can be said about the use of shall and there in the examples. All payments shall be made in cash, shall here denoting order, law, promise, or there in there. I have done it, I have resigned. Here they expresses satisfaction, while in there, don't get so upset. The speaker wants to comfort himself or someone else, but then I am going to Ellie's party and you can't stop me, so there. He means that he does not care about the opinion of anybody else and won't change his mind. As the examples above demonstrate, in cases when hidden or implied meaning is a key to better and fuller understanding of the suggested language phenomenon, students must get access to illogically isolated parts of the relevant information or knowledge, and thus consciously realize the inevitable contribution of the inter-category cooperation in mastering foreign languages. Thus, primary challenges for inferring and regularly implementing the case of intra-category cooperation in teaching EFL are identifying, practicing, and enhancing EFL teaching learning due to such kinds of contextually relevant knowledge. Even mere observations of practice demonstrating how diverse insights from various disciplines can be integrated assumes interdisciplinarity not only exists, but also is quietly flourishing within disciplines. It's on this ground that we aim at analyzing to what extent interdisciplinary as compared to the disciplinary approach is better able to reach an acceptable level of knowledge. So as we mentioned above, our major task is to identify the extent of cooperation between discipline-based and interdisciplinary-based approaches. These relationships, we think, may take place between intragrammatical levels and categories, be it different levels of language, including also their operational procedures and methodologies, and finally, language and other disciplines. These language internal and language external dimensions of interdependencies are intimately related, which in no way can either be denied or ignored. Accordingly, in our interpretation, we shall focus on the major contribution, the extent of their jointly content-completing efforts in establishing, creating the language-specific knowledge as an organic whole, leading us to a successful communication. The need of integrating the structurally and semantic functionally isolated parts of the same phenomenon, for example, the categories of modality, ambiguity, functional sentence types, cohesion, coherence, etc., would considerably be helpful in establishing the so-called conceptual identity or wholeness or inclusion of interdisciplinarity. What we mean is disciplinary, interdisciplinary relationships should be treated both as a whole and in terms of their referential or essential conditions. That's disciplinary and interdisciplinary are inherently coherent, first of all, if their respective contents refer to facts or events that are related in some situation. I'll bring some examples. If Kamal's doctor had treated him properly, he wouldn't be suffering from the same disease now. Here, clause 1, if Kamal's doctor had treated him properly, denotes the person who remains the same in clause 2, he. So he is the referent of Kamal. More than that, clause 1 expresses the cause, unrealized condition in the past, of the fact expressed by the second clause. He wouldn't be suffering now. The interconnectedness of the actions in terms of time reference and formation of corresponding verbal categories of tense, mood, aspect, voice, order, etc., seems to be paradoxical. Clause 1, tense form, past perfect. Clause 2 would not be suffering. The mixed type of the unreal conditional shows the unfulfilled treatment of the doctor in the past as the cause of my suffering from the same disease now, and B, my suffering from the same disease was the result of the cause expressed by clause 1. And the transformed past unreal conditional content of example A in the indicative mood would be the doctor didn't treat me properly and I am suffering from the same disease now. A few more examples concerning the realm of interdiscipline intervention. In the territories of the categories of modality and communicative types of sentences, can you pass the salt may be used to express direct inquiry of ability and B, indirect respect. The intervention urgency of interdisciplinarity often takes place with utterances where we usually ignore not only the sentence structure, but also its purposive aspect. Any language carrier will interpret the mentioned examples as a request to pass the salt, but not that somebody is asking him a question whether he has the ability to pass the salt or not. One reason why the hearer will not understand it as a question of ability, as the form of the sentence indicates, but a request is that the form can you has become conventionalized in English indefinite situations. We usually say, can you, to make the requests in conventional situations, such as dining together, where a request to pass the salt or change a dirty place is seen as customary and polite in that situation. The same can be said about the possibility, allowance, advice, obligation, criticism, and suggestion meanings of the modal verbs in the examples, such as you can look at the animals in the zoo, but you can't touch them, can expressing allowance. But it was an accident. Well, you should have been more careful. The use of should have been more careful, post-criticism, advice, or irritation. Or you might have told me the bus left at 3 o'clock, I missed it. Criticism, irritation, anger. Or during a strong earthquake, some older buildings will collapse. Will, expressing certainty. I have never been in an earthquake. It must be really frightening, again, certainty. During an earthquake, people can suffer. Possibility. Can I leave early? Yes, you can. Permission. Shall we go to the library and look it up? Suggestion. We could go to the stadium and watch how our team is training. Here, could expressing advice. In all these examples, the specific intra-categorial meanings of the modal verbs under the pressure of the context have been used indirectly in corresponding implied forms. Therefore, in the given utterances, one says one thing.
Dr. Uzaif?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the time is.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there is some questions.
Shall I summarize?
Yeah, please, please.
To put it more precisely, interdisciplinary approach applied to the educational system would entail developing entirely new educational programs on the background of synthesis, integration, etc., for different academic fields. Creation of interdisciplinary centers side by side with the existing disciplinary structure will simultaneously allow disciplines to flourish and grow with unprecedented innovation brought about by open communication and collaboration with other disciplines. This new structure will remove redundancy, duplication, and loss of hours as well as energy. It will also allow and help students move and transfer skills and knowledge learned in one discipline to other disciplines, and also allow them greater flexibility and promote interaction for innovative new interdisciplinary products. What we finally mean is we see the interdisciplinarity as a factor and the approach enabling us to buttress and improve the quality of our education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Uzaif. Really appreciate. Now, let me make a very short announcement before going for next speaker. So we have a slight changes within the schedule of the keynote lectures because the first keynote lecture, Letizia from Italy, she couldn't join us in an assigned time. So she will join us later. That's why we have all these slight changes. So at 11:30, sorry, in 12 by Tashkent time, which is like after half an hour, Dr. Azizbek Mohammedov from Jizak State Pedagogical University will join us. And 12:30 p.m., Philip Ball from UK will join us. And right now, we will give the floor to Professor Jamila Jumabayeva from University of Executive and Social Sciences, the host university of this event. And she will talk on multilingualism and multiculturalism in CLIL classrooms at higher education institutions. Professor Jumabayeva, floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to greet all of the participants of this 4th International CLIL Conference. I am very glad that you joined us, and it gives us an opportunity to cooperate, to have very nice lectures, opinions from different countries, from different specialists. And I would like to express my own gratitude to Dr. Azamat Akbarov. That is very challenging, and at the same time I would like to say that this kind of conferences will make us not only have some usual lectures or working on the research works, but to have more cooperation, to have more some new topics, and to exchange our experience. That's why that was very interesting for me to participate in such kind of conferences. Thank you very much. And let me start my presentation. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Okay, is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm going to speak about the multilingualism and multiculturalism in CLIL classrooms in teaching at higher educational institutions. Multilingualism is described as the ability of an individual or a community to communicate effectively in 3 or more languages, as we know, and it's a phenomenon that showcases language diversity within society, reflecting human plurality. And as we know, there are many, more than 6,000 languages are spoken globally, highlighting the vast linguistic landscape and the cultural diversity it encompasses. Multilingualism is seen as an instrument for interacting with one's cultural environment, where languages thrive or decline based on various factors, including globalization and the rights of regional languages. And it offers a complex identity and plays a significant role in nationalism and the rights of regions, besides contributing to the preservation or disappearance of endangered languages. And I would like to say that while we are going to teach English in multilingual and multicultural classrooms, it's very important, first of all, to focus on their culture, their language, their abilities. And of course, here we have to speak about the multiculturalism, where although not defined at the same sources, generally refers to the coexistence of diverse cultures within a society, where values, traditions, let's say, practices of various ethnic groups are recognized and respected. As you see here, I had used this picture where we have to focus on the greater capacity for international expansion when we have multicultural students in the classroom. Of course, here we have to increase productivity, taking into consideration their specific features of the culture. And of course, we have to provide with a better relationship between members of the classroom. And here, while I was going to prepare my speech, I decided to study some challenges where we can come across in the classroom, where, for example, in order to create an inclusive and effective learning environment, especially in teaching languages. And they are, the first is language barriers. Of course, language barriers, students from different linguistic backgrounds may struggle with language of instruction, which can hinder their learning and participation. And the second one is cultural differences. Of course, here differences in cultural backgrounds can affect students' learning styles, behavior, and expectations from educational system. And the third one is curriculum relevance. Ensuring that the curriculum is relevant and inclusive of the diverse cultural backgrounds of students can be challenging. It's crucial for the curriculum to reflect the histories, values, and experiences of all students in the group. And the next is stereotypes and bias. Overcoming stereotypes and biases among students and teachers alike is essential for fostering an environment of respect and understanding, because sometimes it is too difficult to focus on the main content, especially in CLIL classrooms. That's why that is one of the challenging moments in teaching English. And the last one is resource allocation, providing adequate resources that cater to the needs of a diverse student population, including language support services, culturally responsive teaching materials, and training for teachers on multicultural education. And addressing these issues requires a concrete concrete effort from educators, institutions, and policymakers to implement strategies such as culturally responsive teaching, inclusive curriculum design, professional development for teachers in multicultural education, and support services for students facing language or cultural barriers. For scholarly insights into multiculturalism and multilingualism, we decided to refer to the works of several prominent researchers and scholars. They are devoted to the extensive research on multilingualism and multiculturalism. Each work contributes to the understanding of linguistic, cognitive, and social aspects of living in a multilingual and multicultural world. For example, the first one here in the list, Lingua Franca English Multilingual Communities and Language Acquisition by Kanaraja, which is published in Modern Language Journal. This author explores the role of English as a lingua franca in multilingual communities and its implication for language learning and acquisition. And one more work, the next one is written by Fries and Blackage, discussed translanguaging as an innovative pedagogical strategy that embraces the linguistic diversity of students as a resource in the classroom. And Debord, in his article, The Imaging of What in Multilingual Minds, here the author provides insights into the cognitive process of multilingual individuals, offering a deeper understanding of how multiple languages are represented and managed in the brain. And Garcia offers a comprehensive overview of bilingual education, advocating for policies and practices that reflect the realities of a linguistically diverse world in the article Bilingual Education in the 21st Century Global Perspective. And one of my doctoral students is also interested in bilingualism and multilingualism, and of course, teaching them English, taking into consideration every aspect, stereotypes, their background knowledge, or even their language background knowledge. And the main work which we addressed that was by Grosjean, Bilingual Life and Reality, which is published in Cambridge and Harvard University Press. And that was very interesting for us, not only concerning some ideas of bilingual learners, but multilingual learners also. And of course, life and reality had been discussed in this work. And of course, this author examines the life and reality of bilingual individuals, challenging common myths and highlighting the complexity of bilingualism. And one more specialist, Jessner, in his article introduces a dynamic system theory model of multilingualism, emphasizing the importance of metalinguistic awareness in managing multiple languages. And all these works helped us to work on such kind of research work, and we decided to consider several strategies which can inspired by research and practical insight from the different fields. And here, teaching English in multicultural classrooms at higher educational institutes requires some nuanced approach. And that's why we decided to speak about several strategies here. The first one is foster a pragmatic view of English as an international language. Acknowledge the role of English in facilitating international cooperation and knowledge dissemination. This perspective helps in appreciating the advantages of English beyond mere communication, recognizing its role in academic and professional development across disciplines. Emphasize the importance of academic writing and the necessity for students to achieve high level of proficiency in English to meet global standards. The second one is create inclusive and safe learning spaces. Language classes should serve as safe spaces where students feel valued and respected. This involves appreciating students' cultural backgrounds and home languages, and designing communicative activities and encourage interaction and collaboration among students from diverse backgrounds. Activities that allow students to share their experience, cultures, and languages can enhance social cohesion and build a supportive class community. The third one is utilize the communicative approach. Engage students in meaningful discussions by using topics and interest them. Group activities where each student's participation is crucial to the task's completion can promote teamwork and respect for diverse perspectives. This approach not only improves language skills, but also fosters a sense of community among students. And the fourth one is incorporate extensive reading with cultural relevance. Select reading materials that reflect a wide range of cultures and encourage discussions about these texts. This can help students appreciate different cultural perspectives and understand the value of diversity. Utilizing resources like graded readers or online materials can make extensive reading and valuable part of your curriculum. And the fifth one is leverage students' first language, L1. Recognize and make space for students' home languages in the classroom. This acknowledges the importance of L1 as a part of students' identities and as a tool of learning English. Activities that involve sharing something from their culture or language can help students feel more connected and valued in the classroom. And the sixth one is the role of teacher. Of course, the teachers play a crucial role in promoting diversity and inclusivity. It's important for teachers to educate themselves about their students' cultures and backgrounds and to create a classroom environment that is welcoming and welcoming. Teachers should also ensure that the curriculum reflects global diversity and avoids stereotypes. It's essential to connect with each student and give them opportunities to participate, keeping in mind the varying levels of confidence and potential backgrounds of trauma among students. And these strategies highlight the importance of a multifaceted approach to teaching English in multicultural classrooms, emphasizing the need for inclusivity, cultural sensitivity, and effective communication to foster enriching learning environment for all students in the classroom. Teaching English to students in a multicultural classroom involves adopting various approaches that accommodate diverse backgrounds, learning styles, and cultural perspectives. Here are some main approaches that are widely recognized and recommended. The first one is communicative language teaching, CLT. CLT focuses on enabling students to communicate effectively and fluently in real-life situations. In a multicultural classrooms, this approach encourages students to use English to share their own cultural experiences and learn more about others, fostering mutual understanding and respect among students from different backgrounds. The next is content and language integrated learning, CLIL. Of course, CLIL involves teaching subjects as a science, history, mathematics in English to students who are not native English speakers. This approach not only improves their language skills, but also their knowledge in other academic areas, making it especially beneficial in multicultural settings where students can bring diverse perspectives to the content being taught. And it is very important nowadays, for example, at the University of Exact and Social Sciences, as we have different faculties, directions where we teach English for the students who studies psychology, mathematics, foreign languages, history. That is why it is very important. And task-based language learning, of course, this is also one of the most important approaches, where TBL centers around the completion of meaningful tasks, such as planning a trip or solving a problem. This approach is effective in multicultural classrooms as it requires collaboration among students, promoting language development through social interaction, while respecting, incorporating cultural diversities. And the next one is culturally responsive teaching. This is also one of the approaches that recognizes the importance of including students' cultural references in all aspects of learning. In teaching English, this could mean selecting texts and reflect various cultures, incorporating multicultural perspectives into discussions, and using examples and metaphors that are culturally relevant to the students. And the next is intercultural communicative competence. This approach also emphasizes the ability to communicate effectively and appropriately with people from other cultures. In the context of teaching English, it involves integrating cultural education into language learning, helping students understand and appreciate cultural differences and similarities, and developing skills to navigate cross-cultural communication. And the next is project-based learning. This approach engages students in projects that require critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity, as nowadays it is very important in CLIL classrooms to take into consideration these 4 C's. This is also one of the topics of my doctoral students who is engaged in studying, learning some experiences in CLIL classrooms, how to take into consideration these 4 C's, like critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. That is why this kind of international conferences gives me some kind of inspiration and to do some more deep research work with my doctoral students. And I would like at this time to express my gratitude to my even doctoral students who pushed me to work with them in collaboration and to find some more interesting materials for their doctoral dissertations, and that was very helpful for us. And I would like to say that in future we can also to invite some more doctoral students in order to have some more ideas after this kind of lectures or research works, which can give them some kind of inspiration to collaborate, to find some more interesting materials. And the next one is also differentiated instruction. This is also one of the topics of my doctoral students who is engaged in teaching foreign languages in multicultural auditorium classroom, I mean, and for the students who are engaged in studying economics, technical subjects, mathematics, physics, geology, geography, and biology. And differentiated instruction, of course, is very important, and recognizing that students have varied language abilities, learning preferences, and cultural experiences. Differentiated instruction involves providing diverse learning options to meet each student's needs. And this can include varying teaching materials, activities, and assessments to accommodate the different ways students learn and express their understanding. And this kind of recommended approaches are very important, and I would like to say that we have to focus on them, and we have to use all of them during the lesson, because they are very important. These approaches are not mutually exclusive and can be combined. As I had mentioned before, we have to combine, we have to focus on the needs of our students. And of course, they can be adapted to suit the specific needs of multicultural English classroom. And the key is to create an inclusive environment and values and leverages cultural diversity as a resource for enriching learning experience for all students. And I would like also to express my gratitude to the organizers of this international conference. And that is the end of my speech. And if you have any questions concerning my speech, my report, you are welcome. And thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Jumabayeva, such a wonderful presentation. And of course, this is a type of the team building, teamwork, doing a great research with your students. This is also showing how the mentors and mentees are working together to make something useful for the teaching policies and rules. And of course, it will be a joyful for all the team surrounding you to have a benefit out of this experience and research as well. Any questions, please, to Dr. Jamila Jumabayeva? Well, wonderful.
Thank you.
So it seems that everything is clear. Really appreciate. Really appreciate. So now we're moving to another keynote speaker, Dr. Azizbek Muhammedov. He's online right now with us from Jizak State Pedagogical University, one of the leading universities in the field of pedagogy in Uzbekistan. And this year they are going to celebrate 50th anniversary of the university. And I do believe they have a lot of activities going on right now within the year. And hopefully in as soon as time, they will organize different conferences. And also in partnership with this university, we will organize the 14th FLTL conference, by end of September. And I'm going to send you by email the poster and all the required information, and the top keynote speakers from Georgetown University, from UPenn University, and from Auckland University, New Zealand, will join this conference as a keynote speaker. So it will be by end of the September. So Dr. Azizbek Muhammedov, he will talk on the synergistic power of content and language integrated learning. Dr. Muhammad, the floor is yours, please. Go on.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Azamat Akbarov, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity and your efforts in organizing this conference. This is very useful for the teachers of Uzbekistan, and in the context of communication, sharing ideas and knowledge. I would like to share my presentation and my findings related to the topic. And can you see my presentation?
Yes, wonderful. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna share my findings related to this to the content and language integrated learning. Its synergetic power. I work at the Jizak Pedagogical University as an associate professor. I did my PhD in translation study, but still I work as a methodology department and teach English language. I am related in the context of teaching to the methodology. And recently I have figured out that CLIL is one of the really good methods, approaches, and strategies that should be applied in Uzbekistan to teach English language in various countries. I would like to draw your attention to some proverbs which were generated by AI. And AI, I think, is one of the obsessions of many teachers, language learners, and a lot of people nowadays. It's so what AI says about CLIL, how it perceives this phenomenon. It says that it's a two subjects, one mind. That's a CLIL kind, or CLIL is a bridge where knowledge and language cross ideas, or think like a scientist, speak like a poet, and CLIL can make that journey complete. So purpose of our research is to investigate how CLIL enhances mastery in both language and specific content areas, and assesses the role of CLT and TBLT. For those who are not familiar with the terms, CLT stands for Communicative Language Teaching, and TBLT is a task-based language teaching within the CLIL framework. And another research purpose is to evaluate implementation challenges of CLIL in educational settings in Uzbekistan, of course. So shortly about CLIL, and it's about background and history. The term firstly was coined in 1994 in Europe. Some researchers, scholars describe CLIL as an educational strategy that simultaneously focuses on the teaching both subject content and additional language, using that language as a medium for instruction. So, and the main idea behind CLIL is to teach, as you know, both the subject and the language, and is captured in the phrase using language to learn and learning to use language. Generally, CLIL is not a destination, I would say. It's an ongoing process. So we have some research questions. I would like to mention again that this is ongoing research. It's not complete yet. I'm sharing with some of the findings. So how does CLIL contribute to both language proficiency and content mastery in students? Second question is, what roles do communicative language teaching, CLT and TBLT, play in enhancing CLIL framework? We have used some methods based. The studies mainly based on systematic literature review, aiming to collate and analyze data from various scholarly sources, and that discuss the implementation and outcomes of CLIL in different educational contexts. In my opinion, learning those researches data which is available is really a good approach nowadays, especially with the help of AI, which fastens and boosts the speed of research and that data collection. And in my opinion, this approach helps to identify trends, gaps, and in the existing body of research. So language proficiency. A lot of studies have shown that CLIL effectively enhances language proficiency due to the immersive environment it creates. Students are exposed to the target language in a meaningful context, which is more conducive to learning than traditional language instruction methods. This continuous exposure improves their vocabulary, syntax, and overall language skills as they use the language to discuss and understand subject content. It also contributes positively to content mastery. So students, learners are mastering two sorts of knowledge: the language, the target language itself, and of course the content which is related to the subjects they major in. So CLIL also contributes positively to content mastery. When students learn subject content through a foreign language, they are required to process and understand complex information in their target language, which deepens their cognitive engagement with both the content and the language. This dual focus helps cement knowledge more effectively than when learning in one's first language only. We can confidently say that based on the research and findings, CLIL enhances mastery in both language and specific content areas. By immersing students in a second language while teaching subject content, fostering deeper language acquisition through practical use and simultaneous development of content understanding. This focus helps students integrate language skills naturally as they learn academic subjects. So what is the role of CLT and TBLT within the CLIL framework? Within the CLIL framework, CLT promotes use of target language in a meaningful real-world communication, enhancing fluency and conversational skills. And as for TBLT, it complements this by focusing on completing specific tasks, practical tasks. I would mention that require critical thinking, practical application of both language and content knowledge, thereby reinforcing language learning outcomes. So one of the good approaches nowadays, which can be used by modern teachers, to make sure that their students think and critically think while acquiring new knowledge, even in the context of foreign languages. So implementing CLIL sometimes poses challenges, such as the need for teachers skilled in both the subject content and the language. So CLIL teachers should be proficient, of course, in language. They are trying to teach in methodology, and of course they should be familiar with the content. If they are trying to teach biology or physics or mathematics, of course they should be familiar with these disciplines as well. This is another challenge nowadays, which can be gradually accomplished. So examples, so how CLIL enhance mastery in both language and specific content areas. In CLIL biology class, students learn about photosynthesis using the target language, for example, Spanish, as they delve into scientific terms in the process. In Spanish, they not only grasp the biological concepts, but also enhance their vocabulary and language structures related to science. As for roles of CLT and TBL within the CLIL framework, I have an example where in the CLIL history class, for example, utilizing CLT, the teacher encourages students to debate historical events in French. For TBLT, students might work in groups to create a timeline of these events using French or English or any other target language to discuss and organize their work, thus applying both linguistic and historical analytical skills. So implementing challenges of CLIL in educational settings. For example, school initiates a CLIL program in mathematics taught in German or in English. Challenges arise from finding qualified teachers fluent in German, as we have already mentioned, and experienced in teaching mathematics, developing suitable bilingual teaching materials, and aligning the mathematical curriculum with language learning objectives. So we have tested some of our hypotheses, which are first of which is students participating in CLIL programs achieve better content mastery in subjects taught in a second or foreign language than students who learn the same content in their first language. This hypothesis is accepted. It's okay. Secondly, the incorporation of CLT and TBLT within CLIL frameworks leads to improved student engagement and learning outcomes. Of course, one of the drawbacks of, for example, TBLT, it cannot be, not all students can be exposed to this approach. For example, TBLT requires the students to be of higher level of communication. Students should have English language proficiency. For the beginners or elementary level learners, TBLT cannot be successfully used. Or in terms of CLIL implementation, it faces significant challenges in educational settings due to the lack of adequately trained teachers and appropriate resources. Even a bigger challenge nowadays in terms of, let's say, GISAC, my university, we have been trying to teach English for foreign language faculty, and of course we have students from different faculties which major in different subjects like math, biology, and other disciplines. So one of the challenges is related to teachers who should be able to use language effectively, to be knowledgeable with the content, with the subject. Of course, they should be familiar with the methodology of teaching. And another huge challenge is the students, the level of students. I was a witness at the mathematical class where one of our new teachers tried to teach mathematics and use it English language, the basic English language, where most of the students were kind of not active, and they were not responsive. This, which required additional strategies and steps to improve the quality of this lesson. So effectiveness of CLIL varies significantly across different educational levels and subject matters. And we can also say that there is a dual focus on language and content mastery, as it blends language learning with subject matter expertise to enhance students' holistic development, fostering linguistic proficiency and comprehensive disciplinary knowledge. It employs, when employed, strategies such as CLT and task-based language teaching to tailor learning experiences to individual needs, enhancing understanding and application of content. It improves language accuracy, fluency, intercultural awareness, and fosters cognitive development, responding effectively to the demands of multicultural and plurilingual environments. Nowadays, in modern times, in the context of education, it's much more useful and beneficial and effective in terms of time, knowledge, and efforts that teachers, educators, instructors try to make sure that they teach not only English language but extra knowledge to make learners' educational knowledge holistic. So shortly about the results, CLIL students generally show superior language skills compared to non-CLIL peers. Improvements are more modest in specific areas, suggesting a need for balanced focus on both meaning and form. The approach significantly boosts both language proficiency and content understanding. Students immersed in a target language while engaging with academic content show marked improvements in linguistic skills and plus grasp the subject matter. Role of CLT and TBLT. Within CLIL, enhance language use in real-world context and integrate language learning with content mastery through practical tasks. So one of the tasks, one of the objectives of state standards of education in the context of teaching English language, to make sure that students, learners with all levels should be able to use English language in different contexts, where this approach might be very effective when applied, if applied accordingly, and included in the curriculum and syllabuses in language teaching departments and faculties. So implementation challenges. Those challenges include the need for dual proficient teachers, appropriate bilingual materials, and overcoming variability in student language levels. These factors can impact the effectiveness and consistency of CLIL programs. Challenge shows us that from a point, some updates and upgrades to the curriculum of those departments and faculties, which are about teaching languages. They have to include these elements into their programs and curricula to make sure that their language learners, students, achieve better and high results in relatively short periods of time. So there are some practical tips to effectively use this approach based on findings, on our findings. So teachers should start small. They try to begin integrating CLIL into a few lessons and activities rather than full course overhaul. This allows for gradual implementation and learning. And of course, English language teachers who try to teach English or any other target language, they should collaborate with content teachers. Work with the teachers of other subjects, for example, science, history, mathematics, physics, and etc., to make sure that they are teaching properly and correct information, or to design lessons that seamlessly integrate language and content learning goals. And of course, students try to, modern English language teachers should try to choose engaging topics which should be related to real life, select content areas that are relevant and interesting to students, which could increase motivation and create authentic context for language use. And while doing all of that, focus on skills should not be ignored, which emphasize developing transferable skills that go beyond language learning, such as critical thinking, research, and presentation skills. And I have other practical tips to effectively use the approach. I'm going to share one of them. And for example, teaching strategies, scaffolding. Teachers should try to provide support to students at all language levels, use visuals, graphic organizers, simplified language, and pre-teach key vocabulary. And of course, active learning incorporation, which is hands-on activities, projects, and discussions to promote student engagement and meaningful language practice. And other interesting, effective tips, I will be sharing my presentation if you are interested. Okay. And our conclusions, I don't want to take much of your time. CLIL goes beyond language learning. It equips students with the skills they need in today's world. For example, critical thinking, which is a very important skill, communication across cultures. I remember that one of the richest people in the world, Warren Buffett, once said that to be successful in this world, the top priority skill you should possess is a communication. If you do not have a communication, your success might not be achievable so easily as you want to. And deep understanding of content. While implementing CLIL can be challenging, the benefits are clear: stronger language skills and deeper grasp of subjects, and increased support for CLIL programs, especially in multilingual regions, could unlock even greater potential. So thank you very much for your attention. That was my presentation. Happy teaching, dear professors. I will try to share the rest of my findings in my articles. Thank you very much. Dr. Azamat Akbarov.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Mohammedov. Such a wonderful presentation, and thanks for joining us despite your very busy schedule.
Pleasure is mine.
Yeah, I mean, in Samarkand we have a heavy rain. I think you have the same in Jizak, right?
No, it's not so heavy as it is in Samarkand, I guess. It's starting soon, I believe.
Yes, yeah, right. So we have a heavy rain, but still enjoying your wonderful presentation. And any questions, guys, for Dr. Mohammedov?
No, thank you very much. It was very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very
Good.
much.
Good, wonderful. Yeah, it seems it's much clearer. Really appreciate such a wonderful speakers we have for today. Type of integrating the research into the field. Right, now we are moving with another keynote speaker. This time we have the Dr. Philip Ball from Norwich Institute for Language Education. And we had a wonderful lecture of Mr. Ball 2 weeks before the Nowruz holiday. It was a very joyful, and we had a very good insight and very good memories out of that lecture. And a lot of people were very interested to have this speaker again. So that's why we kind of requested him to join as a keynote speaker for this conference. And he willingly accepted, and it's a great honor. So Dr. Philip Ball will talk about making language visible in CLIL. Phil, nice to have you here.
Thank you very much, Azamat. Yes, assalamu alaikum. How you
Yes.
done? Yeah, thank you very much for the previous talk as well. Very interesting. And yes, thanks for the invitation. Happy to come along again. It's raining here as well in the north of Spain, where I'm speaking from. So I know perhaps people have this vision of Spain being a very hot country, but in the north it rains quite a lot, and it's raining at the moment. But anyway, no problem. it must rain sometimes, as they say. But yeah, well, it's good morning here. Perhaps it's just about afternoon now in Uzbekistan, but still quite early on here. And yeah, I was going to talk today about visibility. I'll just visibility in CLIL, in language. I'll just share my screen with you. Let's see if I can just get that up. Yeah, there we go. And I'll refer to certain things that Dr. Azizbek said in the previous talk. Actually, certainly, I like the phrase that CLIL is not a destination; it's a process, and absolutely, I think that's a very important thing to say. And I think the things that we saw there are also significant. But I think that often, teachers say, well, okay, we also don't want CLIL to sound like it's some sort of cure-all, like it's some kind of magical potion that'll improve our education systems overnight. I know that Dr. Azizbek wasn't saying that, but I think that maybe there's a space here in this conference, perhaps also to look at, how these things are achieved. I work here in the north of Spain, mostly in the Basque Country. I work for NIL as well in England, and but here in Spain, I've had the fortune, the good luck, I think, to be asked to write materials, and I've been writing materials here for a long time, CLIL materials, both in English and French. CLIL isn't confined to English, of course, and I think it gives you interesting insights into how CLIL works or how it doesn't work. I mean, sometimes CLIL doesn't work, obviously, and again, the previous talk showed very clearly that we need certain conditions to be in place, and that's absolutely right. But the potential power of CLIL, and I absolutely agree with Dr. Azizbek, the potential power of CLIL, I think, is in this combination. But exactly what is it? Now, I'll try and I'll see if I can clarify it a little bit, and it's obviously connected to this idea of the fact that I think that CLIL makes language visible and available to students, but particularly the academic variety of the language. Perhaps that's a distinction we need to make. Okay, so we get on with it. We know what this acronym means. It was indeed invented by David Marsh back in 1994-95, and it's stood the test of time. So obviously it's a good acronym. We know what it means. And of course, it draws our attention to this relationship, doesn't it, between content and language. Perhaps in my previous talk that Dr. Azamat was talking about, I tried to define slightly more clearly what we perhaps mean by content. But yeah, we could mention that again today. But this relationship between content and language is kind of interesting, because if you think about it for a moment, since the dawn of mankind, content has always had language, and language has always had content. When Homo sapiens began to speak, we're not sure exactly when that was, but when Homo sapiens began to speak and use language, there was obviously content. It might not have been massively profound content, but there was content. There must have been. And of course, there was language. So these two things have always existed together. I think what happened in the 1970s, 1980s, is that the practice of language teaching, particularly English language teaching, sort of separated them. And began to view language teaching and language education as something on its own, and content, let's say conceptual content, topical content, became a sort of lesser thing. And it's obvious that CLIL in the 1990s and began to, re-establish that the balance, I think, that there should be. But again, the previous talk talked about. So it's rather strange, why would an industry want to separate these two things? It effectively did. And a whole generation of language teachers have grown up thinking that they're supposed to teach language. Now, that sounds like a controversial statement, but actually, I think it's not, as you'll see. I think what we're talking about in CLIL is the teaching of something using language as a vehicle. And maybe that's how it should be. That's a much more natural process, surely, you know? As opposed to spending all day talking about the difference between the past simple and the present perfect, which is important, of course, but students get rather bored by it. So without further ado, let's just look at this. There are two, I think, traditionally two types of CLIL. This is relevant to this talk, I think. We have this hard CLIL where, again, at this very moment in Tashkent, some teacher might be teaching geography through another language, possibly English. It tends to dominate the CLIL scene, and they are using curricular content, but they're using English. That's a book from here, from the Basque Country, social sciences. 16-year-olds, they study social science through English. It's their fourth language. Soft CLIL, it's generally called. Again, that's a book I wrote there about the secrets of the oceans for 12-year-olds. It's pure conceptual content, but it's done in English, and this is tends to be called soft CLIL. And I think it's a useful distinction because it's true that there are teachers doing both. Now, CLIL was originally invented, I think, for hard CLIL. It's a useful distinction, but I think it's slightly divisive, and I think we need to bridge the divide. And I think, again, what we'll talk about today is this fusion. Again, that's the word the previous Dr. Azizbek used. So in the previous talk, I did mention these two sub-acronyms, and I think they're a little bit useful again for this talk. I sometimes talk about this. I've put content in red there, CELT. So if you're a language teacher and you're doing soft CLIL and you're incorporating, let's say, a kind of deeper content, you're respecting the content more than a normal English language textbook perhaps does, for 3 pages. If you're doing that, then I think you're CELTing, you're enhancing, you're improving your language teaching. And if you look at the other side of it, LEST, if you're a subject teacher, as I mentioned before, then you're enhancing your teaching and learning by more emphasis on language. Now, what the emphasis is interesting, and it frightens people a little bit. They think, well, if I'm teaching physics, in English in Tashkent, I don't want to stop for 10 minutes and talk about the present perfect. Well, no, you don't, because you're going to probably distract the students from the objective, and the objective is a content objective. And I also think this should be true of soft CLIL. I think that the objective should be conceptual. Now, I'm not trying to be controversial here. I think that's what CLIL is about, actually. So if we consider these things, I quoted Mohan a couple of weeks ago. If you want to call this interdisciplinary, these two, content and language, I said it's a natural phenomenon. If you just read what Mohan said quite a long time ago, is it 40 years, 30, 40 years? No? Yeah, 40 years. So it's difficult to argue with what Mohan says there. And if you agree with that, then interdisciplinary approaches are actually quite natural. CLIL is a natural phenomenon for me. It's just endorsing the fact that content and language always go together. But people are worried because they think, if the students are concerning themselves with lots of content, then they'll have a cognitive overload. They won't be able to cope with the language, or vice versa. Well, I don't think this is true. And again, as Dr. Azizbek said, it comes down to scaffolding and to methodology, basically. But the results of this more interdisciplinary approach, obviously, is that language teachers become more aware of how content behaves. I think many language teachers, the last time they saw a content class was when they were at school. You know, they probably don't go and watch content teachers anymore unless they're helping them and supporting them. And subject teachers, on the other hand, become more language aware, as I've said before. You know? So this is I think a very useful binary development. You know? Why would we not want this to be true? You know? Particularly language teachers becoming content aware. It's a slightly more interesting idea, no? Of how content behaves in a lesson. So again, it's difficult to argue that this is not a positive possibility. David Marsh was quoted previously. He invented the acronym, certainly. He's Australian, and he invented the acronym in Finland. So it had a very multilingual birth, CLIL. And again, indeed, he talked about dual focused aims. The learning of content, the simultaneous learning of a foreign language. Well, I agree with him. But I disagree with him slightly, in the sense that I think that it's possibly a single aim. I think that CLIL is just an educational approach which emphasizes the learning of content. And it emphasizes the learning of content by using language. What else can it do? But what I'm going to say today is it also makes that language more visible, you know, more salient. I'm not sure I'm not sure it's a dual focused aim. I think it's a single aim, but it has, if you like, a dual mechanism. Let's say. Let's just change David's quotation slightly. It's 20 years. We're 20 years on now. Some of the quotations for you. This is from John Clegg, who co-wrote the book for Oxford with me. And I like what he says here, because he's talking here about, perhaps about hard CLIL. So you can see that John there is talking about the original idea of CLIL, that it's a support mechanism for subject teachers and well, subject learners, let's say, now, without full command of the medium of instruction. And another couple of quotes from the book. This is what Pauline Gibbons called a high challenge, high support classroom. If CLIL is working, high challenge, high support classroom, that's a great phrase. That's what we want, surely. That's what we want. We often don't get it, of course. Students are difficult creatures on a Friday afternoon. It's not always going to happen, but you know, what we want is what Gibbons says. And I think that the third quotation is what I'm trying to talk about today. Now, again, this is John Clegg. He says, above all, CLIL makes the academic variety of the language, which is crucial to school learning, evident and available in the lesson for the learners to use. There you go. I love that. That's a great quotation. I wish I'd written it. Evident and available. And what more do we want? You know, I mean, as we're speaking now, in Uzbekistan and here in Spain, students are at work, and they are having to cope with a variety of discourse types. Now, at 9 o'clock, they've gone in this morning in Tashkent at 9 o'clock in Uzbek, and they have been doing mathematics in their own language. But mathematics has a particular discourse. It's not the kind of discourse they learn in the playground. At 10 o'clock, they had geography, let's say. You know? Again, it's a different type of discourse. They have to master that discourse. It's nothing to do with English, necessarily. You know? It's these different discourse types. It's academic variety of language. At 11 o'clock, they go to break, when they talk about the football or whatever they talk about. Again, a different type of discourse. And then come back 12 o'clock and they're doing history or something. So again, every day, all around the world, students are having to deal with different discourse types, whether it's in the L1 or whether it's in the L2 or the L3 or the L4, okay? And I think that why CLIL has lasted and why it's become important is because it draws attention to this. It draws attention to it much more than language teaching itself. It's interesting. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say today. Although, of course, it's not just about academic language, but it's certainly in terms of its visibility. It is. The Bullock report in 1975, which was very important in the development of language teaching. Bullock wrote this famous report called A Language for Life, and he said that, well, he meant this, no? He said all teachers are language teachers. It was a rather dangerous quotation. It was misunderstood. But what he meant was this. Yeah. All teachers, regardless of what you teach, should understand the impact of language on cognition. Absolutely true. And again, I think that CLIL and similar approaches have made this idea more visible, let's say, no? Well, this is also true of language teachers, of course. But why are they doing it? I mean, why are language teachers teaching language? Well, in the end, it's so that students can do something with it, no, outside of the language class, in other classes, in other walks of life. There's always a utilitarian purpose for language teaching and learning. So, if you agree, again, Dr. Aziz Beck quoted this. It's a wonderful quotation. Again, David Marsh. It is perhaps the most brilliant quotation I've ever seen in language education, and it's very true. But again, there is a slight problem with it. What are we learning and how, we could say. It's I agree 100% with David with that. But what are we learning and how? Well, let's have a little look at that for the next part of the talk. I think I've got a little bit longer than scheduled, so that's fine. Well, I suspect, if we're talking about education, I suspect it's this. I think that if we want to do real things in a language class, for a real audience, our peers, it might be for other people online, it might be writing to the local council, it might be doing anything, but a real audience helps. A real objective, why not? And with real contents, whatever that means, And again, use and reflect. Well, again, if this is true, then the students need tools to do it. This is the CFR, the Common European Framework of Reference, and this is their new version from 2017. And it's interesting because the tone of the CFR, which was first written in 2002, the tone has changed. And they seem to be talking much more now about what they call social agency, language education as being part of social agency. In other words, people using language in a kind of active way and using it for real purposes. And I've just highlighted for you some of the things that they said. I just took this paragraph from the CFR. Look at it, what they talk about, action-oriented, social agents in a given set of circumstances in a specific environment within a particular field of action and a wider social context. So again, they seem to be talking about CLIL indirectly. Well, they certainly seem to be talking about how I understand CLIL, which is interesting. Of course, as you'll know, if you're working in language education, the CEFR has introduced, but has certainly highlighted the concept of mediation much more than before. I'm not going to go into that today, but it's interesting that they've done that because, again, it obviously works hand in hand with social agency. So What do I mean? Let's just get on to this language idea. Well, I used Greta Thunberg in the previous talk, and here she is, rather younger. And Greta Thunberg famously said this when she was 13. She said it in English. It's not her first language. She's Swedish. We need to keep fossil fuels in the ground, and we need to focus on equity. We need to focus on equity. It's a very innocent phrase, but for a 13-year-old in a second language, that's quite a significant thing to say. Now, what's interesting about this phrase? Well, it's not the fact that it's C1, C2 level, which it is, but that's not what's interesting. What's interesting is that it's subject-based discourse. It's exactly the kind of discourse that a scientist would use where if they were trying to, make us aware of the problems of the climate crisis. So it's not a question of the Greta Thunberg's level of English, B2, C1, C2. It doesn't matter. What's interesting about her is that she uses the correct scientific discourse. And that's why she was taken seriously. She continues to be taken seriously. She's 20 now. But it's just an interesting example of social agency requiring the correct kind of language. So if your students want to go out into the world and they want to be social agents, which they probably do, then they're going to have to master this kind of language. And at school, we often don't realize that that's the case, or we don't make it visible enough, let's say. I think CLIL does help. That's what I keep saying. So if they're going to become consultants on social issues, they need to know about this famous acronym. I suspect this acronym will appear again today. It's probably appeared before me, but if not, let me just clarify what it means. I'm sure many of you know. It means this. It was Jim Cummins invented this back in 1979, the Canadian linguist. And it's what makes CLIL different, I think. The presence of this idea. Cummins invented it before CLIL, but anyway, it's been brought back. And he means this. It's this specific subject-related discourse. If you take those three words in red, they don't occur anywhere apart from in the classroom. Nobody talks about those words in the playground. It will be a strange and interesting playground if they did. They also don't talk about them in Cambridge proficiency exams. Why would they? But students need these words. The first one is biology, the second one is mathematics, and the third one is economics, as you know. But these words are difficult, and in order for students to unpack these words, imagine unpacking the word Keynesian. You say, what does Keynesian mean in economics? Imagine a student having to explain that or define that. It's going to require a lot. In Uzbek or in Russian, it's also going to require a lot of language. It's nothing to do again with English. But if it's in English, we've got to help them, as Dr. Azizbek was implying. So CALP is crucial. It's happening now as we speak in the schools in Uzbekistan, in England, in Spain, and everywhere. It's what students are having to cope with. And also general academic discourse, which is also what Cummings meant. Words like thus and whereas, again, they're not used in the playground. Again, it would be very strange if they were. And Cummings had the other acronym was BICS, which he called this, which is the other side of language, let's say. And that tends to be this kind of language. Let's say functional language, like a Cambridge examiner would say this. That's BICS. There's no subject discourse there. Or, that. How were your holidays? Didn't you go to Tashkent? In fact, I was talking to someone in the street yesterday who'd been in Tashkent for the Easter holidays. And we used BICS. We didn't move into that CALP area. Why would we do that? So Cummings basically said, this is language, these two things. It's an interesting distinction. But English language teaching tends to be about this, tends to be about BICS and not about CALP. So my thesis today for you is that is that CLIL helps to make the other one more visible. Language teachers are making BICs available all the time. Absolutely, I have no problem with that. But how about the CALP? You know, that's what the students really need in the end. You know, that's what I'm trying to say today, really. G, I'm never quite sure how to pronounce his surname. I think it's G. Interesting. He called these two things primary and secondary discourse. So not primary and secondary schools. Huh? What he meant was that BICS was what you learn as you're growing up anyway. So a child in their home is learning BICS. Yeah, it's their primary discourse. When they go to school, suddenly, little by little, they're introduced to the secondary discourse, which is CALP. And you get CALP in primary school, and you get it much more in secondary school. And then when you go to university, you get a lot of it. That's what they have to cope with. So again, it's a useful thing, primary and secondary discourse. Again, I think that I'm talking about the secondary one at the moment. Again, just to conclude that point. And Cummins finally produced this in '84. Well, it's that kind of language. And it's an interesting distinction. CALP and BICS. So when you work in CLIL all the time, you know, we're always talking about CALP and BICS. Tends to be the two favorite acronyms. This, I'm sorry, you probably can't see that very well, but you can see where it's from. It's from, I took it from a Cambridge proficiency exam. It's I think it's called the use of English. It's the section B, the use of English in the Cambridge proficiency exam. And what's interesting is that it's a CALP-free environment. I'm not criticizing Cambridge. It's difficult to put hypotenuse into a Cambridge exam. But again, I'm just trying to emphasize this fact that even proficiency is free of CALP. It's not there, you know. And so again, we have to help the students with it. And CLIL does that. I'm convinced that it does. Okay, that's why it's important, I think, in education in general. You can be proficient, but are you proficient in all those different discourses? Again, the word pluraliteracy was used in the previous talk, and that's an interesting point. So that's what I think. I think it's true. School is this gradual process of the increase of CALP, whether it's in Uzbek or whether it's in English. Again, it's not talking about English exclusively. Without CALP, students fail. Simple as that. That's what Cummins said, and he's right. They do. They do. You cannot go on to university. You cannot go on to the higher echelons of school without CALP. CLIL gets you lots of it. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Well, just for the final part, because Dr. Azamat's given me a little bit more time, I think it's okay. I can just talk about how it does that, no? Just to finalize this. I was given a wee bit more time. That's okay, no, Azamat? Just another 10 minutes, is that okay?
Yeah, you have 15 minutes more.
Okay, sure, fine. How do we do that? Well, sorry, it helps the L1 too. Actually, that's an interesting point. Let me just elaborate on that. I've noticed, well, I've written various things about this over the years, but certainly here in the Basque Country, in the north of Spain, we did a 10-year vertical project where we introduced CLIL into schools, and then 10 years later we looked at the results, and the results were very positive, very much along the lines of the previous talk. The results were good, and we were interested by one other thing, and one other thing was that the schools in the project had actually we're also interested in the results, but they said, hang on a minute, you know, what these people who were teaching they were teaching social science through English. They said, these people teaching social science in English, what are they doing? You know, why are the students kind of happy? Why are the teachers happy? Why are the results good? So they said, maybe we can do some of that. So they started talking to the teachers, in fact, started observing them, they started, what is this CLIL thing, And over the 10 years, it had an impact on the L1 teaching. So the teaching of Basque, for example, began to be influenced by the teaching of the English and the social science through CLIL. And so there was an impact, if you like, a rebound impact on the L1. I said, why don't we do some of this? Why don't we try to carry out some of this practice? Let's find out what this practice is. It's interesting. I call it the rebound effect of CLIL in schools. And it makes this language, as I said, more visible. Let's see what I mean. Well, if you don't mind, I'll just bring in some of the stuff I wrote. This is a textbook from Spain. It's OUP. I work for OUP as well, Oxford. And it's for Spanish students who are, I think, 12 to 13, in secondary school. Now, if you look at this text, it's actually quite difficult. It's very formal. There's lots of calp. But notice that the original author, which isn't me, the original author only makes one thing visible or salient in calp, and it's the word geopolitical. Well, geopolitical is a difficult word to unpack for a 13-year-old, but it's the only word on this page that the author has made salient, which is really weird. Because if you look at the text, there's lots and lots of language in there, which the student needs to unpack, life expectancy, fertility rates. There's lots of words in here which are not the sort of words that a student uses normally. And this is, I would say, certainly B2, no? B2, almost C1. So it's demanding. It's quite difficult. So the concepts. So Oxford came to me and they said, Phil, we've got this on the market. Could you write a workbook for this? And I said, yeah, okay, I can do that. And what they wanted me to do was to write a workbook which made the calp more visible, all right, to accompany this textbook. It's a good textbook, but it doesn't make the language visible enough. So I did this. They paid me for it, of course, which is even better. What I wanted to do was make the key language visible to the students. So I took the subject here, I'll just show you again. Look, there, it's called demographic trends, current demographic trends. That's very calpy. That's very academic, that phrase. So I took that, and this is an example of the workbook that I did for them. So I said, look, I tell the students, I said, look, there's this thing called collocations. And let's call them twins, all right? And in different school subjects, you've probably noticed certain words go with other ones. So collocation, same place. So I give them a little explanation and then they get the activity. So you see what I do? I took the collocations from that text and I split them up. So I put the global on the left and migration on the right. So I want them to, fertility rates, right? Current trends, population growth probably. So I'm getting them to it's like heads and tails, put them together now. And then to go back to the text. So in a sense, I am standing outside the text for a moment. I am focusing on language, like David Marsh said. I don't think this is always necessary. If the text were better, if the original text had been better, it could have done this, then I wouldn't have to do this, okay? But if you do have to do it, well, it's okay, you could do this for homework. You could do this in a second lesson. You could say, hey, let's just look at some of the language. I wouldn't stop in the middle of a class and do this. But it's certainly making the language more visible. I don't think this is the only thing you can do. As I said, I would prefer this textbook to have done it in the first place. It could have made many more words visible, and it could also perhaps put a little activity at the front to say, let's look at current demographic trends, but they could focus more on the linguistic aspect of the key concepts. So I think it's a slightly defective approach like this. That's all. Another one, perhaps, was this. I wrote this, so I can tell you what my intention was. This is soft CLIL. This is for 16-year-olds that are older, and it's about urban landscapes. It's called Life Between Buildings, and I'm asking students to consider how they can improve their local environment by finding a space that they can improve. Yeah, and to give them a concept, I say, for example, look at a skate park for kids. A skate park as an urban space. I said, is it viable? Is it feasible? Is it viable? So here, I'm actually integrating the language and the content. So I ask them to discuss this, but I give them the CALP. So again, as the previous presentation said, I'm scaffolding. I'm giving them quite difficult words. Look, durability, versatility, accessibility, they're all noun phrases. They're not words that kids would normally use, particularly in English. So I want them to discuss the viability of a skate park using these words. You know, is a skate park inclusive? Well, it's not, is it? Because it tends to be kids. It's not old people. Is it accessible? Again, we'll get the adjectives naturally coming out of this process. So instead of teaching them adjectives and nouns, I'm not even teaching it. I'm just making it salient. You know? To discuss this concept, you need this language. All right, so I'm embedding it a little bit. I'm embedding the CALP. Another example, we just the last 5 minutes. This is, again, I wrote this, so I know what my intention is. This is social science in English. It's geography. It's 15-year-olds. And I'm talking about migration. So what I want them to do in the end is this. We're talking about what are called push and pull factors in geography. So a push factor, for example, is an earthquake, and a pull factor is a healthy economy. No, migrants will want to go to a healthy economy. If there's an earthquake, they'll want to leave their country. It's a push factor. So I want the students in the end, my conceptual objective, the conceptual objective is that they put these phrases into the correct balloon, if you like. No, that's what I want them to do. All right. I want them to put the push factors in here and the pull factors in here. But first, I'm going to get them again to do the heads and tails trick. So I've given the example, natural disasters. And then if you just look at them, you can probably see what the other collocations are. I want them to get the collocations and then put them into the correct place. My intention is conceptual, but at the same time, they're learning about academic collocations in this particular discourse field. Yeah. This is the kind of thing that people say, this is the kind of thing that geographers talk about. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to train them in. I'm trying to train them to be geographers. This is the language of geography. It's the same. Again, they're doing this in Uzbek and Russian, it's the same. These collocations or this type of language will emerge, and it's not what they get over breakfast. Okay. It's okay. I'm not going to ask you to do the collocations. Don't worry. But again, another example of this fusion, if you like, of content and language, as David Marsh was saying. And I think basically, if we really want to go for it, I think that making language visible is actually just education. Is it not? That's a big statement to make this morning. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound too pretentious, but I think it is. No? All education requires language. And so if we make it visible, particularly in a foreign language context, then we're helping the student in their general life skills. That's what I think. And I think that CLIL does help us to do that. Well, I'll stop there. I don't want to go on too long. Thank you for listening. As I said, visibility, I think, matters in education. Quite a lot there. I mean, I'll just leave 5 minutes for some questions if you'd like to ask any. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Phil. Really appreciate amazing presentation from the early morning from Spain you did for us. It's a very beneficial, I think, for everyone joining this event. Any questions for Dr. Phil Ball, please?
May I ask a question?
Of course, please.
Thank you for the informative presentation. I have been familiar with a lot of new terminology here. And then my question is about designing the materials for CLIL lessons. I'm interested in designing CLIL materials, and which activities are more effective in lesson materials for CLIL lesson materials, I mean.
Are you a language teacher?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking about the soft CLIL side. Yeah. Well, first of all, I would say that it's a little bit of a sort of change of chip, if you like. I think the most effective way to approach writing the materials is to try to almost pretend you're a subject teacher, you know, and whatever your sequence of lessons is, then it should be a little bit closer to what a subject teacher would be teaching, you know? So that's the first thing. I think you don't have to. I know that you're paid to teach language. You're not paid to teach concepts, but concepts are always there. And so I think the more visible, it's like I'm contradicting myself here slightly, but the more visible or the more important you make the conceptual objective, the more sense it makes to the student to have the language for that objective. Huh? So if your objective, if you say, look, you know, in the next 3 days we're going to learn about then the language becomes much more important and much more relevant to the student, instead of saying for the next 3 days we're going to talk about the past simple. I'm sure you don't do that, but that's the way to begin, I think. And so if you take that principle, then you can use that principle for the design of the material. So the first thing the students get, the first thing the students see is the conceptual objective. You know, we're going to talk in the next 3 days about urban spaces, you know? And we're going to use a certain type of language to talk about that. No, the underlying language will be there. No? So the language makes more sense to the students. It makes it easier for you to design the materials if you do that. So it's a little bit sort of changing the way that you introduce the material, I think, if that's helpful. I mean, obviously, you know, we could talk half an hour about this, but that's the way I would approach it, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Any other questions? We have 2 minutes left.
I have a question, please. I am Javid Babayev. I just salute you from here. Phil Ball, thank you very much for your interesting presentation, really. It was really very fascinating. And I have a question to you. Do you think it's right to burden the students with a lot of terminological words while having English to English language learners, to burden the students with terminological words? And do you think, what do you think, which challenges can it cause to burden the students with a lot of terminological words while having the CLIL method?
Yeah, Javid, you're with terminology, you're referring to the subject-based terminology that's inevitable, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it's interesting you use the verb to burden. I mean, you're suggesting a slight negativity with that verb, which is okay, you know. But I would respond to that by saying that well, I accept your use of the verb, but I think that that's the problem, isn't it? The education, I've said before, that's what education consists of. You know, I think that the students are, as we speak now, are being burdened, to use your phrase. They're being burdened with those two things, and we forget this. You know, we think that CLIL's magically suddenly made us aware of content and language. No.
For me, it is not a burden. For me, it's not a burden, but for some students, it is.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That in fact it's a kind of almost like a double burden. It's sort of, you know, you've got this you've got language to cope with, and now you've got all this specific subject terminology to cope with. And you're absolutely right. I mean, it is difficult, but you know, it comes down. I think it comes down to methodology, and I think I hadn't talked about this today, but I think one thing that I train teachers with in CLIL is I say, look, you know, you're going to have a lot of terminology, exactly what you say. There's going to be a lot of terminology. So what you need to do is to make the key terminology salient as visible. Yeah. It's almost like saying, right, you know, we're gonna be studying Einstein today in physics in English. It's going to be quite difficult. Okay, let's just at the end of the lesson, we're going to all think of 3 words or something, just 3 key words. That's all we need. You know? And that's a way of, if you like, unburdening them. But you're right. If there's too much terminology, the students will overload. It's absolutely right. So it's all about scaffolding, I think, and that's one tactic. You know, certainly. Just look at the key language first, and then work from that terminology. I said before a word like what do we say? Demographic trends. You know, that if you unpack that word, it's got a lot of meaning, and it can help if the student understands it. Then they'll understand a lot more things. So yes, I agree. There is a, if you like, a slightly extra burden in CLIL, but it's basically, I think it's about looking at the key language, and then the rest of the language should fit into place. You know, if the teacher is trained in the methodology, let's say.
I think this methodology is quite productive, but not effective in all groups.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, not effective in all groups. But I love this methodology really, and I myself also applied this methodology to my students.
Yeah, I think it can be, just to take that up, I think it can be effective for all groups. I mean, I don't like the idea that, you know, CLIL is for some kind of linguistic elite, you know. I think we have to resist that idea. I think that if CLIL is done well, then it is quite mixed ability. It's quite good for differentiation. But again, it needs to be done carefully. I agree. I do think it's okay for all groups, but obviously if you have a very, very weak group, linguistically speaking, then you've got to work a lot harder. It can be a bit frustrating. Yes, I've seen that. I'm not suggesting it's an ideal or some kind of romantic methodology that works all the time. No, of course, you're right.
Okay, guys, really appreciate the time is ticking. So, Phil, thanks a lot. Really appreciate your contribution.
No, thank you.
To this conference. It was really amazing. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, the guy who asked you question will continue as a presenter.
Okay, I'm hanging around. That's much.
Now let me give the floor to Mr. Javid Babayev from Nakhchivan State University in Azerbaijan. So he will talk on CLIL as an effective language learning methodology. Mr. Babayev, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me floor. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sorry, I've stopped sharing now. You can. Sorry, it was my fault. Off you go.
Okay. I think there are some problems. Wow. Excuse me. Do you see my screen?
No.
No? Oh. Should I use whiteboard here? Oh, it's problem. Presentation. Unfortunately. Continue. Do you see?
No.
No. That's very...
Yeah,
What
now
about...
it's okay. Yes.
What about now? Do you see?
Now it's okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for waiting for me. Okay, I'm sending my regards to participants and organizer of this international conference, dear Azamat Akbarov from Nakhchivan State University, Azerbaijan. And it's a pleasure for me to share my findings with you. And first of all, we are discussing a very interesting and actual problem, actual topic for language learners and teachers, of course. So without wasting time, I want to shift to my slide with your permission. The name of my presentation, of course, the name is CLIL as an effective language learning methodology. We will talk about now. Content and language integrating learning is one of the most prominent methods to teach school subjects in a foreign language. Content language integrated learning is a modern dual focused language and subject teaching strategy that targets to teach both the disciplines and the language. Therefore, this methodology can sometimes be called subject language integrated teaching, which was devised in 1994 to boost the most relevant practices of European schools. The most ancient CLIL program is supposed to date back to 5,000 years ago. The Akkadians learned Sumerian while being instructed in botany, theology, zoology, etc. Ball underlined that CLIL combines subject and language together, learning a potent learning tool. The major aim of the study is to underline the necessity of application of CLIL in most secondary schools and universities. Comparative linguistic methodology is used while applying CLIL, since two languages are compared structurally and culturally. Collaborative learning, genuine learning environment, active learning, varied foci, and scaffolding strategies are the key attributes of CLIL. Learning a language together, with discipline, multimodal focus is put into practice. Students' interests should be taken into account while teaching any subject through a foreign language. Hence, the students should be keen on the subject to be taught. Authentic teaching materials should prevail in teaching process. Some humanitarian subjects such as geography, history, and literature can be taught to the students effectively. Arithmetic sciences are a little harder to evoke interests in students. CLIL uses numerous cliches and terms to encourage critical thinking. When a proficient teacher integrates subject-language instruction, it's supposed to be more effective and successful. If the student is keen on the subject he or she is taught, the topic will be assimilated effectively. For example, if the student loves geography or astronomy at secondary school, he will comprehend the theme as well as the words belonging to the topic and will retain the concerning words in their minds for a long time. Sometimes values are taught to the students as a content under the subjects of music, painting, poem, etc. According to Oliver Mayer and Teresa Ting, the development of critical thinking skills moves from lower order thinking skills, knowledge and understanding, to higher order skills, analysis, synthesis, and assessment. According to such a renowned expert as Victor Pavon, the implementation of CLIL necessitates significant modifications in the teacher's competency when operating under the tenets of this methodology. These scholarly fields are still in the early stages of development within the Russian educational system and pedagogical science. For example, Salekova oversaw a number of research that were primarily focused on bilingual education and teaching professional fields in a foreign language. Salekova suggests integrating topic and language instruction to help pupils' cognitive abilities. So the interaction and influence of three languages, Russian Tatar as the mother tongue, English as a foreign language, and the language of mathematics on the growth of students' cognitive abilities is examined by the author. Technological University of Izhevsk and other places. Therefore, the CLIL determines the content of competences included in the blocks of model, linguistic and professional, and also takes into detail the formation of bilingual professional lexicon of a specialist in the learning process using the author's methodology. This is based on an analysis of the features inherent in the work of the engineering and technical worker in modern conditions. According to Hutchinson's classification, there are three categories for English used for professional and academic purposes. English for business and economics, English for social sciences, just English for science and technology, and etc. According to Dudley Evans, English that is meant for instruction in specific professional objectives entails through thorough course preparation for the study of a specific subject and the approach of immersion. The fundamental objective of programs is to develop students' language proficiency. The enhancement of conversational abilities in a foreign language serves as the foundation, and professional terminology, grammatical structures, and discourse patterns are required for assessment. In 1994, David Marsh made the first official mention of the idea of the content and language integrated learning. This method indicates the content language integrated learning, which denotes any educational setting that combines two courses. In addition to this discipline, is taught using the student's second language, which is their non-primary language, for the whole course of study. When disciplines or their portions are taught in a foreign language, this sort of teaching is what is meant by the definition. The students who can also speak in one of the languages are therefore located on this floor. Bilingualism will not significantly affect either the cognitive abilities of partially bilingual or monolingual students, who will both have the same level of cognitive ability. Both educational materials can be studied by students without any issues. The beneficial cognitive advantages of bilinguals over monolinguals can be shown at this level. Bilinguals perform better than monolinguals throughout childhood, adulthood, and old life, according to research.
Mr. Babayev, you have the last 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The two basic notions of language and integration serve as the foundation for the strategy of subject-language integrated learning. There are two types of CLIL, hard CLIL and soft CLIL, as Mr. Ball noted now. Any academic subject can be taught in English thanks to hard CLIL. Students study geography, literature, biology, physics, or even play sports games during such a course. The goal of soft CLIL, which English teachers employ, is to educate students how to learn a foreign language using materials and ideas from other areas. CLIL is first and foremost a method of teaching broad language knowledge rather than multilingualism. The teacher can link facial expressions, gestures, pictures, presentations, sound, etc. for a better understanding of the material. This requires the creation of a safe psychological climate in the classroom. It also implies the use of one language, the same teacher and the same audience. The following are the study of hypotheses, increases students' intercultural understanding, improves their ability to communicate in the foreign language in real-world situations, enables students to communicate with each other more successfully when speaking a foreign language. The students' thinking is developed and their creative potential is unlocked, their motivation and self-confidence are increased, all language skills are trained, language competence and natural oral speech skills are improved, a curiosity for various languages and their applications in various spheres of life is developed. Thank you very much for your listening to me.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Babayev. Thank you for actively joining all our events.
Thank you.
I hope that I can see you in our next event as well. Really appreciate. Now we are moving to another speaker line, Mahira Alibekova from Jizak State Pedagogical University, and she will talk on technology-enhanced CLIL learning environments. Please, Ms. Alibekova, floor is yours.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I would like to talk to you about the innovation approaches in language education, called technology-enhanced CLIL learning. I work at the university, the Jizak State Pedagogical University, and I would like to mention about CLIL shortly. This term was coined by Marsh in 1994. So according to Marsh, CLIL refers the language learning and content learning and the learning of non-language subjects in which both language and subject have a joint role. This means anything studied within subject, for example, science, history, or literature, and learning a language such as English at the same time, integrating the two subjects. The language is more concerned with what words are being used or how something is being said. Language is often characterized as having three interrelated components: content, form, and use. Content refers to the meaning of language, form refers to the structure of the language, and use refers to the way speakers select different forms that best fit the communication content. So next slide. If I mention about the CLIL, there is frequently asked questions like, what exactly is CLIL? According to Euro CLIL 1994, it is a dual-focused education approach in which an additional language is used for the learning and teaching of both content and language. In simple words, it integrates both content learning and language learning. Students learn one or more of their school subjects in a target language, often English, but sometimes in another second language. Students are expected to be proficient in the new language before they learn studying. they learn a language they need for studying at the same time as they learn the subject. So the next question, why is CLIL? With CLIL, learning the content and learning the language are equally important. In the long term, students learn both content and the new language as well. When teachers use their school's lingua franca for teaching, they can tell the students everything they want them to know, and the students can understand them. However, when they teach their subject using a new language, this is not possible. Rather than teaching language in isolation, school classrooms use target language as the medium of instruction for non-language subjects. For example, a geography lesson might be delivered entirely in English, even if the student's first language is not English. Because of this, they have to show students how to find out information for themselves and how to work and talk together to discover new ideas, so that using the language becomes part of the process of the learning. In other words, teachers have the chance change their methodology and find different ways to help students learn. By doing this, the teacher prepares young learners for the modern world, where people work in project teams, use other language to talk to various colleagues and communicate with people in different countries. They are expected to solve problems, plan their own work, and find out things for themselves using a range of sources, especially from the internet. And next slide. We can see from the slide, it is preferable that there is cooperation between the content and language teachers in school. We're setting up a CLIL class. However, this is not always possible, and CLIL teachers often have to perform both roles to offer the maintain high quality lessons and carefully prepare a balanced lesson, CLIL lesson. What are the content and language objectives? And they tell the contents tell you all about the lesson of the day. You can see the next slide. Here is if the teacher carefully prepares the lesson with content objective, reach the objective at the end of the lesson. For example, in content goal, children should be able to recognize the structures in their environment. For example, window of the room. At the end of the lesson, children should be able to understand the language, use it in the classroom, and they understand and use the structure vocabulary, introduce it like man-made structures, natural structures, or they use several linguistic structures. For example, it is used for something, it is made of something, and they will also use the comparative and superlative degrees to describe the object. They will learn the adjectives also, and they will distinguish the shapes of the adjectives like square, triangle, rectangular, and others. And here is the 4 T's. This is the when teachers are planning a CLIL lesson, they should think about 4 things: content, communication, competence, and cognition. I will skip this part because this one has already mentioned about. And in the slide, you can see language description platform. It's a platform, online platform. It can be described as following. First of all, CLIL students need to know content-specific vocabulary for the topic they are learning, such as terrain, plateau, flat, plane for geography, or ratio, divide, fraction for masses. This platform called the CLIL Store EU website, and it provides access 3 open source and it is free tools that are integrated to support content and language integrated learning. CLIL Store is a tool that allows teachers to create and store multimedia learning units and words linked to online dictionaries. This enables students to access definitions and translations and pronunciations for the words and the learning materials. Multidict means multiple dictionaries. This tool allows users to easily switch between and search various online dictionaries in many different languages. It integrates with the CLIL Store learning units to provide the dictionary functionality. And word link, this tool is automatically links the words in any website to online dictionaries, making it easier for students to look up definitions and translations and pronunciations and examples also. The website notes that the European Commission provides support for the development of this CLIL tool. And so they are free and open source tools seem very valuable for supporting CLIL approaches in language learning. The ability to for teachers create multimedia lessons with integrated dictionaries, and students easily access translations and definitions. And this will enhance content-based language instruction. These tools also have broader applications in CLIL Store platform. It is available. They are available at the CLIL Store EU. And next slide. You can see the example from WordLink. If you insert the link of the media of anything, if, you can easily search the words in the media. And next, why is CLIL so important? When we to say about cognition, we are using the term to mean the development of the skills related to understand and produce the text at a high level, and so do using different text formats and modes of the delivery. You can see from the slide, one generation ago, it may have been enough to read and write skillfully, but today, with more and more information being available on the net and more international teams working together, and that's why basic reading and writing is no longer enough in this digital era. And if you see, the students need to learn to communicate, extract and process information and communicate it successfully, and use different languages and modes of communication to do so. And all these in the context of the ever greater specialization in various disciplines. So next, providing students with framework of knowledge in various subject disciplines, with prepare them to understand information in this platform everywhere in the society. This is what 21st century literacy is about. CLIL teaching is often associated with the language subject, which provides students with opportunities to develop general knowledge. But research on the literacy skills of experts, different fields of career, has shown that language use varies among the different disciplines. While this, to some extent, it is visible very fast, and meanings are expressed in different ways by experts from different fields, also means that the way they understand the world is different. So if we want to help our students to understand chemistry, physics, or other subjects, we will need to help them see the world through the eyes of chemist, physician, person, or artist. To do this, we need to help students to express themselves as a chemist or in the other world, to develop the subject literacy or of the chemistry. And the last page. At the same time, when we help students develop subject expertise by working on subject-specific ways of understanding the world, and we teach them how to use language to gain a deeper level of understanding, because after all the facts, concepts, and procedures and strategies of a subject discipline are embedded in an appropriate language of the field. By becoming more successful communicators of a certain subject, students also gradually learn to see the world with their subject-specific eyes, and this become more literate and knowledgeable in that discipline. As students master a wide array of disciplines, they will learn to use languages as a tool for deep learning, and the ability to use language in this way will be a skill that is transferable to the learning of other subjects in other languages. Therefore, if you want to make sure that students can participate successfully in our information everywhere society, and at the same time develop expertise in their various fields of study, we must teach disciplinary subjects. How this can be done has been focus of the subject through content and language integrated learning. So it is the end of my presentation. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Mahira, really appreciate. And I do believe you did a great impression for all the participants here. Now we are moving to another speaker. So, Shahwadat Obidova from Reading University. Please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear participants, organizers of this conference. Thank you for choosing me for this conference. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
So I should choose. Now it's bigger, yeah?
Yeah, it fits the screen, yes.
The topic of my presentation is concerned on applying CLIL-based reading content in EFL class to teach 8-9 grade students. And the topic mostly covers those topics like introduction, literature review, methodology, procedure, and the results, which we concluded during research, and conclusion references. What are aims of this mini research? The first is it aims to investigate CLIL teaching to 8-9 grade students, integrating CLIL reading contents. As we know, it's CLIL, it's content language integrated learning. And the second one is it studies, examines impacts of using content-based reading materials to enhance students' language proficiency. And the third one, it engages practical activities to now foster their reading skills. And the last one, it promotes meaningful language learning. And here we had some literature review related to the research topic. And Lorank, the linguist, found that the stress on processing new information and learning new text will improve students' language proficiency and discourse skills. As some presenters above mentioned about this, that it is not only for improving their language proficiency, but also it provides discourse, academic discourse in the class. And also Abdul Mahsan and Bin Saran, 2021, explore in their study that CLIL doesn't make learning simple. Otherwise, language and content are genuinely combined in a CLIL course to improve students' language skills and critical thinking abilities. Coleman, additionally, she and Lamu states that due to the widespread of the English, there is now a need for greater in-depth training in teaching language skills in non-speaking situations in order to pursue internationalization and meet the demands of globalizations, especially in educational institutions. And also Jawahar 2012 mentions about CLIL teaching, like it looks like discourse environment, not only giving simple content, but also trying to support students in different courses. Researchers find that at school, teachers can provide subject-based syllabus and they can work together and compile this kind of subject-based syllabus to according to the needs of the learners. Because today the education is not for only the teachers or stakeholders concerned. It is the mostly highly emphasis of the needs of the learners, and it will be interesting and effective and productive if we concern their necessities. And here we stated 3 research questions. The first one, how does integrated CLIL-based reading content into EFL class impact the reading comprehension skills of 8-9 grade students? What are the perceptions of EFL teachers regarding the effectiveness of feasibility of implementing CLIL-based reading materials in 8-9 grade classrooms? How does the use of CLIL-based reading content influence students' motivation and engagement in EFL learning among 8-9 grade students? Why we have chosen 8-9 grade students? Because they are preparing for higher education. In higher education, from the first foundation course, they will read articles, academic content, and as a teacher, we must provide this environment from early years of their school. And we have chosen the type of methodology at a mixed method approach. And here we assessed language proficiency through pre and post tests, and gathering qualitative data through interviews and observations to examine students' and teachers' perceptions of the integration of CLIL-based reading materials. We collected these data through these research tools. In this interview observation helped us to know more about perceptions of teachers and learners about CLIL learning and teaching. The test I am providing here, which I used for pre-test, it is titled 3 Popular Invention, and it is concerned on A2 level students. And I provided here is a link of the text, and here are some tests. It will test their understanding of the text. As we said, CLIL-based teaching will not be simple. It covers all ages, all levels, but teachers should be leaders to adapt the content and syllabus according to their age, interest, and learners' preferences. In post-test, I used their textbook, like 8-9 grade learners study English with Cambridge Prepare books at schools. And I took the text from page 70. It's like CLIL-based learning, like it is based on biology topics, like it's about bats. They will read and choose some options in the text, and it will check their comprehension and understanding. And also, sometimes it can be difficult for students to learn new words. I think the most scaffolding is needed for reading comprehension. Organizing reading class needs some pre-class preparation for teachers, and they should now provide some pre-task activities and some reading strategies like explicit reading, intensive reading. The teacher should provide. And here are some interview questions for teachers. I asked them how they will describe and experience the CLIL teaching to 8-9 grade students, and what are their thought and current methods, materials used for teaching reading, and have they ever incorporated CLIL principles into their EFL teaching practice. While observing my peers, I noticed that it's somehow difficult for them to apply CLIL-based because they are not trained successfully in some training institutions. It is needed to now compile some manuals for them. What challenges do they anticipate when implementing CLIL-based reading materials? Now, material designing, it's also one challenge for teachers. In their opinion, how might CLIL-based reading content contribute to the development of critical thinking skills? It is 21st century's demand that to develop, to foster critical thinking skill on students with the help of different educational tools. And what strategies do they use to ensure that CLIL-based reading materials are accessible and comprehensible for those students who may have varying levels of English proficiency? As we have in the class, we have different students. For example, one student is in A1 level, A2 level. We must choose differentiated instruction from simple to complex text. We can give them opportunities to choose which ones they can do while they have the class, reading class. For the students also, I have asked how they feel that reading tasks now used properly, and what are they interesting to read the books, and also if they would be teacher, what subject would they incorporate to their learning. For example, maybe 10% of students choose history in English, maybe others choose math. We can also organize some free courses after the classes, for example, extracurricular activities. It will support our aims. Not only 45-minute lesson will provide.
Shahadat, you have last 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, here I gave some observation moments, CLIL reading class, and results. We had some 20 students involved, pre-test 54%, results 60% for post-tests. And according to the answers, teachers say they have less materials, CLIL-based reading, and they said the training is needed. For conclusion, it presents a promising approach to language education, promotes engagement through the exploration of diverse subject matter, effective instructional strategies, ongoing evaluation, it's needed. And I provide references here. And thank you for your attention. I provided my academic email here. If you have any question, you can give.
Thank you, Shahadat. You are doing your best. I mean, doing your research in the UK, University of Reading. I wish you all the best and good luck in your future endeavors. And thank you for joining us. And I hope that you can come again for next events as well. Really appreciate. Now we are moving with the next speaker, Dr. Mamrohan Yoldasheva from Namangan State University. This is the most eastern part of Uzbekistan, Fergana Valley. And she will talk on the implementation of CLIL approach in ESP courses in higher education in Uzbekistan. Dr. Yoldasheva, floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Is it visible?
Yes, go on.
So, is it moving, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'll get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to one of the sessions of the fourth International CLIL Conference. Honestly, it's an honor for me to be here with you because this is the first time for me to present at the international conference. That's why I'm excited and nervous at the same time. Okay, first of all, I would like to begin my presentation with a brief introduction about myself. My full name is Mamrohan Yoldasheva. I am from Uzbekistan. I work as an ESP instructor at Namangan State University, but nowadays I am in the US. I am at the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire as a visiting scholar. Since January, I have been here observing classes, learning teaching methodologies, and doing some research. And this opportunity has been given to me by Faculty Enrichment Program, which is sponsored by American Embassy in Tashkent. So I am really grateful for this. Now, this is brief information about myself. Now, turn to our research topic, which is the implementation of CLIL approach in ESP courses in higher education of Uzbekistan. In this presentation, you can be informed about the importance of this research and then some key research ideas that we use it in our study. And then I would like to share our study, which was conducted at Namangan State University, and then results. And finally, I'm going to summarize my points that have been taken from the research. Let's get started. As we know, English has been already the international language and used as a lingua franca. This in turn increases demand for intercultural language education that provides language learners with the opportunity to use the target language in a different settings and contexts in order to become successful communicators in a foreign language. For this reason, universities and other educational organizations had to review their educational policies. And then nowadays, the integration of English and the subject content at colleges and universities are becoming more and more common. Even in Uzbekistan, our educational policy makers have also considered this demand and taken some measures. For example, nowadays, students from non-linguistic departments are expected to be B2 level when they graduate from the university. And so to achieve these goals, different approaches are being used in higher education of Uzbekistan, and namely in ESP courses. And the approach we use in this study is CLIL. As we know, CLIL stands for Content and Language Integrated Learning. When we talk about its background, actually in the 1990s, it was created as an innovative language teaching method in order to meet changing needs of the learners of that time. And this time, some learners' needs were changed because of historical, political, societal effects of the 1980s. Now, I would like to mention here 3 important facts about CLIL. As you can see on the screen, the first fact is the important components of CLIL, which means that CLIL integrates communication, cognition, culture, and content, which means that through CLIL lessons, students have the opportunity to develop their communication skills in foreign language. At the same time, they can also have opportunity to learn the subject content. And they have also opportunity to improve their cognitive skills, such as thinking skills, analytical thinking skills, or problem-solving skills. Culture is also one of the important components of CLIL, and through CLIL lessons, students enhance their cultural understandings through CLIL materials. And this slide gives information about types of CLIL. As you can see here, there are 3 types of CLIL: hard CLIL, idle CLIL, and soft CLIL. And according to the orientation, they are different from each other. And these different CLIL types can be used in different contexts, depending on the availability of resources and learner needs, and the availability of teachers as well. In this study, we used soft CLIL because our lesson was language lesson, and actually it would be very great if we could use idle CLIL, but unfortunately we don't have teachers who can teach both content and content and language at the same time. And next information is about difference between CLIL and other approaches. As you can see on the screen, CLIL shares some similarities with other approaches. For example, you can see here content-based instruction, English as a medium of instruction, but it can also differentiate it from them according to its orientation. Content-based instruction focuses on teaching language, while English as a medium of instruction aims at teaching content, but CLIL combines both of them. This is how we conducted our study at Namangan State University. The purpose of our study was to find out effectiveness of teaching language through CLIL pedagogy from students' perspective. And we used 2 questionnaires to analyze the needs of the learners and their views on the effects of language and content learning. And 1 ESP instructor from foreign language department and 26 biology students were involved in this study during fall semester 2022. So at the beginning of the semester, we conducted our first questionnaire in order to analyze needs of the learners, and here is the result. As you can see on the screen, the most important reason why these biology students wanted to learn English is to develop professionally, because most students wanted to read the materials in English from the internet, and they want to use the terminology, and they want to do the research in the future. They wanted to attend international conferences in their major. And another important reason here is to obtain proficiency certificates. This is reasonable because in Uzbekistan, in order to continue master degree programs, students are expected to have a language proficiency level, for example, CFR or IELTS. For non-linguistic students, B2 level is required. And some students mentioned that they were learning English for traveling and entertainment purposes. After that, the teacher gave CLIL lessons. Actually, for this lesson, we use self-designed materials. Before this research, I designed around 100-page material because I am interested in designing materials, and especially for biology students. Actually, while designing these materials, I consulted with the expert biology teacher in science department because I am not an expert in biology, but we just tried to choose the topics from their curriculum in order to make it more beneficial for the students' learning. And we use this kind of self-designed materials for CLIL lessons. And then at the end of the semester, we conducted our second questionnaire, and students expressed their feedback about the course they took in the fall semester. And they in terms of the content, they enjoyed a lot because most of the contents were related to their major. And they also had the opportunity to use the language in real world because they did some projects and case studies during the through lessons. And they also enhanced their critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. And their cultural awareness also was raised through the lesson materials. So in total, students built their confidence because they got familiar with the terminology in biology, and then they just improved their language, which is necessary for their future professional life. So when it comes to the teacher, and he expressed he enjoyed the lesson a lot, but he mentioned some problems. For example, he mentioned about some challenges like spending much time on lesson preparation because he didn't have enough knowledge in biology. So this is my conclusion. And we can see from this, CLIL has been approved as an effective language teaching approach. At the same time, it increases learners' motivation. And we shouldn't forget this. It should be noted. At the same time, CLIL also poses several challenges for language teachers, such as I mentioned about just spending much time, for example, for lesson preparation or designing the materials. So this is end of my presentation and the
Thanks a
reference
lot.
page.
Yeah, Mama Rahman, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Very professional timekeeping, right on time. You finished. So it's 12 p.m. in Tashkent. I don't know what time it should be early morning in the US, right?
Yes, 4 in the morning. Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate. I mean, sacrificing your early morning instead of having a very good sleep, but you are here joining us. Really appreciate. And I do believe that you will do your best and you will come back to Namangan State University, continuing and implementing all your experience you will get from US. Really appreciate. Okay, we are moving with another speaker. Now
Can
we
I
are
have a
moving to.
question?
Yes.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I have a question for the presenter. So I'm also teaching Jizak State Pedagogical University. My name is Saudat Sandikova. I have a question. You point out that you have designed your own data for the university student, specifically for the biology, yes? For the students who are studying biology, or is that so? Yeah. And I'm really interested. So you start to design your own plan for that, for the students, and from which course you studied, you start your, teaching process. Do your students have some kind of general idea about the English language, or have no any kind of idea about the language? And how did you start it? You said that it worked perfectly, but I'm really interested from what course you started this, let's say, the practicing CLIL.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I am an ESP instructor, and actually teaching biology students is my topic, my PhD topic. That's why I have been working on this topic for many years, and I designed this research beforehand. When it comes to the students' knowledge about language, they learned English at school, and they had the language proficiency, but unfortunately they are not at the same level. We have mixed level students, but most of them A2 and B1 level. Just at the beginning of the semester, we conducted our questionnaire, and based on this, we continued our study. And before this research, I prepared all my CLIL-based lesson, lesson plans and manual as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good
really
luck in you. Yeah,
Thank you.
we do.
Okay, we are moving with another speaker. Now we have from Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University, Kuba branch, Alyona Heybatova, and she will talk on the CLIL and English language learning, a comprehensive review. So nice to have you back, Alyona. How are you today? Good?
Good day, everyone. I am Heybatova Alyona. I'm a lecturer at the Guba branch of Azerbaijan State Pedagogical University, and it's a great pleasure for me to take part at the conference. Nice to see you all. I'm here today to talk about CLIL and English language learning. I will try to give a kind of comprehensive review. And first of all, I would like to point your attention to the contents of my today's presentation. So I will speak about the historical background of CLIL, the importance of CLIL, how does it work, how to manage CLIL in the classroom, advantages and disadvantages of CLIL, and the future development of CLIL. So content and language integrated learning is an educational approach that has gained significant attention in recent years. And it's a kind of approach that combines the teaching of subject with the teaching of a second language, such as English. And this approach aims to develop both content knowledge and language skills simultaneously. So numerous studies have been conducted on CLIL in recent years, and it means that it's in the spotlight of researchers. That's why I decided to choose this topic for discussion. Then, first of all, I would like to present the brief history of CLIL. It should be mentioned that the concept itself emerged in 1990s. I mean, content and integrated learning. So the researchers became interested in it before the term was coined itself. And the term itself was coined in 1994 by David Marsh. He was a member of a working team in the area of multilingualism and bilingual education at the Finnish University. So Marsh himself, he had extensive life experience in multilingual regions. He was born in Australia, then he got his education in the UK, and then he worked in Finland. And he based the concept of CLIL on the experience of Canadian immersion and British LAC programs. So the original concept of CLIL was used to designate teaching subjects to students through a foreign language. Then, as you can see, in 1996, the term was widely launched in Europe, and it has two bases, political and educational. So the political driver was based on a vision that mobility across the European Union required higher levels of language competence in designated languages than was found to be the case at that time. The educational driver, influenced by other major bilingual initiatives, such as in Canada, was to design and otherwise adapt existing language teaching approaches so as to provide a wider range of students with higher level of competence. And beginning with 2003, the evolution of the research, so the evolution of the research was observed. It means that the researchers, they began to express the interest in this area. And even today, so it continues gaining popularity. Then the importance of CLIL. So why it's important? With the expansion of European Union, diversity of language and the need for communication are seen the central issues. Even with English as the main language, other languages are unlikely to disappear. And some countries have strong views regarding the use of other languages within their borders. So with increased contact between countries, there will be an increase in the need of communicative skills in a second or even a third language. Another main issue is that languages will play a key role in curricula across Europe, and attention needs to be given to the training of teachers and the development of frameworks and methods which will improve the quality of language education. Another thing is that the European Commission has been looking into the state of bilingualism and language education since the 1990s, and has a clear vision of multilingual Europe in which people can function in 2 or even 3 languages. The next thing is, how does CLIL work? I mean, the basis of CLIL. What's the basis of it? Here you can see that CLIL, first of all, we should point that knowledge of the language becomes the means of learning content. Then language is integrated into the broad curriculum. Learning is improved through increased motivation, and the study of natural language is seen in context. When learners are interested in a topic, they are motivated to acquire language to communicate. The next thing is that CLIL is based on language acquisition rather than enforced learning. Language is seen in real-life situations in which students can acquire the language, and this is natural language development, which builds on other forms of learning. And CLIL is a long-term learning. It means that students become academically proficient in English after 5 or 7 years in a good bilingual program. And reading is one of the, not one of the, it is the essential skill within CLIL. So how to use CLIL in the classroom? Here I should point that CLIL assumes that the subject teachers are able to exploit opportunities for language learning, and the best and the most common opportunities arise through reading texts. CLIL draws on lexical approach, encouraging learners to notice language while reading. And the language here is, so actually language learning here is based on reading different passages, texts, and all the words existing in the text, they should be fallen into three categories: subject, scientific, academic, and other lexes, including some fixed expressions and collocations. Students also, so the treatment of the lexes has the following features: noticing of the language by the learners, focus on the lexes rather than grammar, and focus on language related to the subject. And also pre, while, and past reading tasks are very important here. And also, I should mention that evaluation isn't an important thing at this stage. Then I would like to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of CLIL. Firstly, the main advantage is that this approach provides learners with authentic language input, allowing them to develop their listening and reading skills. Secondly, it promotes meaningful communication, as learners are required to use English to understand and express complex concepts. And thirdly, CLIL enhances learners' motivation and engagement, and they are more likely to be interested in the subject matter being taught. But while it has many advantages, disadvantages also exist. And one of the main challenges is the need for teachers who have both content knowledge and language proficiency. Another concern of CLIL for teachers is that sometimes it's very difficult to find the appropriate material depending on this or that subject, and to translate it, the translation issues, they are very time consuming, and that's why it's not appropriate to use them. So next thing is that teachers also, yes, it's sometimes it's difficult to adapt native speakers materials that should be used in the classrooms. They are the main challenges. And the future of the CLIL. So of course, there is no doubt that learning a language and learning through a language are concurrent processes, but implementing CLIL requires a rethink of the traditional concepts of language classroom and the language teacher. And the immediate obstacles seem to be the first one is opposition to language teaching by subject teachers may come from language teachers themselves. Subject teachers may be unwilling to take on the responsibility. The second thing is that most current CLIL programs are experimental, and there are few sound research-based empirical studies, while CLIL-type bilingual programs are mainly seen to be marketable products in the private sector. Then the third obstacle is that CLIL is based on language acquisition, but in monolingual situations, a good deal for conscious learning is involved, and demanding skills from a subject teacher too. And the lack of CLIL teacher training programs suggests that the majority of teachers working on bilingual programs may be ill-equipped to do the job adequately. There is a little evidence to suggest that understanding of content is not reduced by lack of language competence. And current opinion seems to be that language ability can only be increased by content-based learning after a certain stage. And some aspects of CLIL are unnatural. For instance, the appreciation of literature and culture of the learner's own country through a second language is one of the main challenges in this case. But until CLIL training for teachers and materials issues are resolved, the immediate future remains with parallel rather than integrated content and language learning. However, the need for language teaching reform in the face of Europeanization may take CLIL a common feature for many European education systems in the future. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Aliona. Really appreciate for a wonderful presentation. You're right on time. And for those who are still with us, please just write down your questions, and by end of the session, of course, we'll have a Q&A. Or you may directly ask any question from the chat box. Really appreciate. Now we are moving with another speaker, Dr. Tolibjan Yuldashev from Kimyo International University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, and he will talk on the CLIL in practice, achievements and drawbacks, and future implications. Dr. Yuldashev, floor is yours, please go on.
Thank you so much. Can I share my screen too?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I can. So, second. Okay, so I'm going to talk about our experience here at Kimyo International University. So my presentation is about CLIL in practice, the achievements that we have had here, and some of the drawbacks that we need to solve in the future. Okay. Yeah, in this talk about our university, a bit of about our faculty, why we are implementing CLIL here, and how students are actually benefiting from this. And I'm going to talk about the other subjects that we have integrated into English language teaching. And then I will move on to some of the achievements that we have had here and some of the problems that we are facing every day in teaching process. And I'm going to talk about some future implications. I'm sure that some of you have got the same problems in your classroom, and some of the suggestions that I made now can help, I think, you too. Well, again, welcome to my presentation. I am Tolibjan Yuldashev, and I'm a senior teacher here at Kimyo International University. I've been working here for 4 years, and I teach academic writing, second language acquisition, and we also do some discourse analysis with students. But as a CLIL teacher, I've been working for 2 years, so that's why it's a bit new for me. And at the beginning, when I started learning myself about CLIL and then like sharing ideas with the students, I was myself too interested about the idea that we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, we can both teach the content and the language at the same time. And so far, more than 30 students, like under my supervision, have integrated CLIL into their lessons. And then I have interviewed them, and then I gave their ideas in short in the upcoming slides. First of all, Kimyo International University is a private university and established in 2019. So soon it will be 5 years. And at the beginning here at university, we had English language department, mainly deals with teaching English, not preparing teachers. But a year later, in 2020, we established another faculty based on CLIL. And then we named it as like English education, where we prepare English teachers. So in English education faculty, we collaborate with Norwich Institute for Language Education in the UK. And then based on this project, many teachers here have done their CELTA courses or teacher training courses or courses in assessment and teaching. And our faculty mainly focuses on giving content and language at the same time. So at the moment, we are not only teaching English or academic English, but also we are giving instructions or sharing ideas on literature, history, physics, and mathematics. So the program goes when a student enters the university for the first year, it's kind of foundation year. They improve their academic English skills, and they are given some choices like elective subjects. They can choose either history or mathematics or literature. Based on this, they will study both English and literature for 3 years. And then in the end, they can become like teachers of literature too, or they can teach history at lyceums, colleges, or schools. So we here felt that CLIL is important because Uzbekistan is also improving, and we need to bridge the gap between the language and the content. For instance, we are teaching English, but our students are not being able to communicate in other fields, such as they know the language, but they don't know the physics, or they know English well, but they have got no idea in, let's say, literature or mathematics. As a result, we try to teach both content and language at the same time so that students can communicate with other students globally too. So now let's talk about our practice here. So when I asked, like I gave instructions on CLIL how to integrate, we made lesson plans together. And then when I interviewed students, I actually noticed these 4 achievements. The first one was that students themselves, like as a teacher, said they are benefiting themselves in terms of language proficiency. They said that they learned lots of content related or subject specific vocabulary. And then they also noted the same word, as I said, like they were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Like they are both learning English language and learning something new in, let's say, physics or mathematics. Then second achievement that I heard a lot from my students is about cognitive development. Like I think we have spent more than a month until we can make students aware about HOTS and LOTS. I hope you have heard about like Bloom's taxonomy, HOTS and LOTS, like higher order thinking and lower order thinking. And then with students, we created lots of activities which requires students to think critically, or when they communicate, they propose their original ideas. As a result, our students were saying that their students, our students were actually more motivated, and the lessons were more engaging. And then students started appreciating creating original ideas, or when they hear original ideas, they start like appreciating the need of CLIL. So and another achievement that we had is about engagement. So in the past, our students said that most of their like activities were teacher oriented. They were giving activities, but in the classroom they were working more than making students work. But once we have made students they need to use collaboration more. Like the main component of CLIL is also using the classroom. They said they were making students work together more. As a result, they were making like students were making contributions to each other's ideas and each other's collaboration. And they also say that some of the backbenchers, like those who sit at the end of the classroom and then participate somehow passively, they also started making contributions because like students were speaking, not only teachers speaking in the classroom, but students are also speaking, talking to each other, and then they were also kind of brighten up, and then they are also joining to the conversations. And then some of our students reported that the conversations inside the classroom has become meaningful. They are talking on something, let's say, subject related, not like students are talking about their daily life, or they're not actually talking about the subject related things. And our last achievement with this program is that was culture. You know, in Uzbekistan, most of the students are Uzbek students, so that's why we do not feel the need of culture. Everyone has got more or less the same cultural background, the same, more or less the same religion, the same beliefs and values. However, when our students went abroad, they had lots of experiences with culture shock. And then they said like, well, because of CLIL, we started using different cultures. For classrooms, we started to highlight the cultural element. Or when we have got history classes, we started to highlight the cultural differences between Uzbek culture and other cultures. And as a result, students were interested in learning different ways of living, different styles or different types of like one more achievement that actually our students reported was about culture and making it more interesting in lessons. However, as we say, coin has got the flip side. So we also faced some problems here at university. The first one was, which was reported by our students, was the time. They said that CLIL took too much time to teach. And then their lessons were about 45 minutes at school, and that was not enough. And then they said that, actually, I'm quoting here the word debilitating, because they had classroom routines. They were from school officials, they were required to check the attendance, or like to make sure that everybody is here. If they have got some problems, so they should deal with the problems first. So they should ask about the missing students, and then because of these procedures, they were losing valuable lesson time. As a result, they were not able to catch up with teaching the content. So, and secondly, material development problems. My students said that it was a bit exhausting to create graphic organizers every lesson. Some of my students teach history, and then every lesson they are creating a kind of table or timeline or Venn diagram. So this kind of graphic organizers. And they said we need to come up with this graphic organizer ourselves, and it took us too much time. And then some of our students said that it was not easy for them to print out the handouts every lesson. And they also said technological issues. Even some of my students work in the capital city. They said that their classrooms didn't have a computer or a projector. As a result, even if they create a material, they were not able to show it or display it on a projector board. As a result, they said, well, it's useless to have CLIL without a computer or projector. Yeah, as a teacher, as an instructor here at university, I had to agree with them on that moment, but I said, like, maybe in the future, like your university or like your school might provide these things, and then you will have better CLIL. And then they agreed. And sometimes they use too much L1. So some of my students kind of, when they're teaching content, they let their students discuss some of the issues in their L1. And when the discussions are hot, they themselves were also using Uzbek unconsciously. And they said that in CLIL lessons, we use Uzbek language a little bit more than the other languages. And then they said, maybe this was not right. We felt that we should have used English more. Well, for me, it feels like if there is a limit of L1, so anyway, students are learning content, maybe it's okay, but we should anyway make a kind of line between, let's say, Uzbek languages and English languages. So that's why we need to kind of motivate our students to use target language too. And then they also said some of the stakeholders were the problem. For example, the school officials were saying that kind of teachers should prepare students for exams like IELTS exams or CFR exams. As a result, they require students to do more tests or kind of more IELTS practice tests. And my students were not kind of free to use CLIL lessons in their classroom. Instead, they found themselves using kind of grammar tests or giving homework, kind of 100 tests homework for you. So next lesson we check like this. So they were not being able to integrate it. For the implications, I'll be short. So something that worked with my students, that they joined 2 classes together. So for example, in a day, they had 2 rows of classes in one time, and then they were able to manage with the time. For material development, I think we still should work on equipping classrooms with technology and other necessary things. And I think we need to raise awareness more, like make sure that all teachers in Uzbekistan, or let's say directors or parents, know about CLIL and its like future benefits. And then I think we need to create some language landscapes for L1 too, like maybe English speaking zone only. So these are the insights that we have had so far in CLIL. So you can contact me with these ones, and thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Yuldashev, and right on time, very professional timekeeping. Really appreciate joining us, and hopefully it will be a good opportunity for you as well to have the colleagues and for the networking as well. Really appreciate. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Now we are moving with another speaker. Now this time we have Miss Ensiya Sadat Azizi from University of Applied Science and Technology, Tehran, Islamic Republic of Iran. And she will talk on the impacts of teaching and learning science and mathematics through CLIL in Iranian pre-primary schools. Ms. Azizi, floor is yours, please, go on.
Okay, hello everyone. First and foremost, I really appreciate dear Dr. Akbarov, the chairman of the conference, for organizing different conferences. It's a great chance and a wonderful experience for me to attend the 4th International Conference. Now, is it visible for everyone?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. My topic is about the impacts of teaching and learning science and mathematics through CLIL in Iranian pre-primary schools. The emergence of CLIL approach. It was introduced by David Marsh in 1994. It stands for Content and Language Integrated Learning. It means that the language is integrated with the content. Marsh, in one of his speech, expresses that there are a wide range of different approaches, methods, and models depending on the age of children and the situation where the schools are. What these models share is the interweaving, blending, and mixing language and content. The emergence of CLIL approach is being followed by innovative methods. It is being implemented in some subjects that are considered to be taught in English language. It is a unique approach in the sense that it's all based on discovery and creativity, which are related to thinking and cognitive skills. It's also student-centered. In Iran, like the other countries, the children who attend bilingual pre-primary schools have this incredible opportunity to learn contents such as science and mathematics in English language. Pre-primary schools in Iran. Pre-primary education in Iran is defined as educational stage that comprises from pre-primary 1 and pre-primary 2. Pre-primary 1 includes children age 4 and 5, and pre-primary 2 includes children age 6. CLIL initiatives in Iran date back to 2009 when the Ministry of Education in Iran realized that there was a basic need to change and reshape the language education environment to provide opportunities for schools to have bilingual programs. So these schools were called bilingual pre-primary schools. From that time until now, it is seen that the popularity of CLIL in terms of teaching and learning non-language content subjects, for example, science and mathematics in English language, has expanded rapidly in Iran. However, there is a lot of thinking and discussion behind CLIL approach. What I mean is that most of the teachers find a CLIL as an effective approach in education and believe that there is a variety of benefits associated with the birth of CLIL approach, since it lies in the fact that students are living in a world with rapid changing. So it is absolutely necessary to encourage and support students to develop their knowledge in English language, which is spoken worldwide. But some teachers do not give priority to CLIL approach for pre-primary students and express that it is not vital to start CLIL approach at this stage. From my perspective and experience, what I have found is that CLIL implementation in pre-primary schools in Iran gives a greater opportunity to students to improve and reinforce their receptive and productive skills. I must mention that on the basis of pre-primary educational curriculum in Iran, receptive skills is linked to listening, and productive skill is related to speaking, on the grounds that reading and writing in first language and second language are not taught in pre-primary schools in Iran. For example, they just be familiar with the Persian and English alphabets through drawing, painting, pictures, flashcards, and songs. Content subject teachers, English teachers, and CLIL teachers in Iran. Content subject teachers in Iranian schools have a great knowledge about subject they teach to students. We cannot expect content subject teachers to be English teachers because they have another responsibility. However, CLIL teachers in Iran see themselves as both content subject teachers and English teachers. It is pivotal for CLIL teachers to have a deep understanding of the contents and English language, because the students have a lot of questions in their mind, and most of the time it's better to say all the time they ask how and what, even in a science class, mathematics class, or even in English class, or even when they want to learn science and mathematics in English language. So for CLIL teachers, it is very necessary to have a deep understanding of the contents and English language. IRI believes that there are three possible ways to implement CLIL, which may also have implications for who CLIL teachers are. First, language teachers to teach both content and language, content subject teachers to teach both content and language, and the two groups of teachers collaborating with each other, so they can focus on their respective areas of expertise. Collaborating is very important when we want to speak about CLIL approach. Collaborating content subject teachers, English teachers, and English supervisors in bilingual pre-primary schools in Iran. Content subject teachers, English teachers, and English supervisors in bilingual pre-primary schools in Iran have been collaborating together actively with a view to creating a friendly and comfortable learning environment and providing opportunities for students to learn contents in English language through discovery, playing games, using flashcards, singing English songs, telling stories, and the other activities. But How can CLIL approach be effective in bilingual pre-primary schools in Iran? I mean, how to put theory into practice in an effective ways. There are some factors. The role of Ministry of Education and managers in bilingual pre-primary schools is very important. Marsh believes that it is necessary to take the pressure off the teachers and let them be innovative and not prevent teachers from using innovative teaching methods. Moreover, he expresses that education ministry and teachers must take into account that students find conventional teaching methods quite boring. It is obviously clear that children are curious and eager to learn new things. And also, Marsh, and it's better to say, all of us believe that there is no doubt that a student's knowledge about the world have been greatly and incredibly changing in terms of the impact of the digital devices and access to the internet. So it is challenging for teachers to teach to these students who are remarkably different comparing to the past. It requires specific skills and innovative methods, which enhance students' thinking and cognitive skills to learn contents in English language. About a deep understanding and awareness that I mentioned before, the quality of learning is significantly related to the knowledge of teachers, how to deliver lessons to students and make lessons more exciting. It is clear that confidence in teaching brings joy in learning for students. Also, training courses and workshops for CLIL teachers are effective because the language of the science and the language of the mathematics are different. About collaborating, that I also mentioned, the amount of time that content subject teachers, English teachers, and English supervisors discuss about how to organize activities, increase creativity, and deliver positive reinforcement to students plays a fundamental role in trying to foster a positive attitude towards learning contents in English language. And one of the difficulties and challenges for CLIL teachers in Iran is not having enough and appropriate materials for teaching science and mathematics in English language. It is English supervisors' task to prepare materials, handouts, and pamphlets for CLIL teachers. It is obvious that every country has its own educational system and educational curriculum. The science and mathematics books in English have written for children who are native or live in another country, which English is spoken. So, on the basis of the country, students age, their needs and abilities, the contents and the topics they are going to learn in English language. English supervisors study and survey science and mathematics books in English language and prepare materials, handouts, and pamphlets for students to learn successfully. Bloom's taxonomy is very clear for all of us, and it is really related to a hierarchical classification of the different levels of thinking, learning objectives, and learning outcomes. It is a taxonomy for teaching, learning, and assessment. And also there are some steps according to Bloom's taxonomy, and they are remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. And all of these steps are valuable and effective when some teachers want to teach science and mathematics in English language. What kind of CLIL is appropriate in bilingual pre-primary schools in Iran? There are three kinds of CLIL: hard CLIL and modular CLIL. These are subject-led, and the last one is soft CLIL, and it is a language-led. Hard CLIL. Half of the curriculum is taught through the medium of the target language, and as I told you, it is subject-led. And modular CLIL, a smaller proportion of a curricular area is delivered through the target language. But soft CLIL, that is the best for pre-primary students, it is language-led, and some curricular topics are selected to be included in the language classroom. And it is the most appropriate ones, as I told you, it is the most appropriate ones for pre-primary context because it is conceptual. Some science topics and some mathematics topics in Iran for pre-primary students are about living and non-living things, about some science topics I'm speaking. Some science topics are about living and non-living things, plants, animals, the earth, parts of the body. And some mathematics topics are about counting and matching one by one geometric shapes, similarities and differences, getting to know the types of lines, comparative concepts, special concepts, and the concept of rows and columns. But how to teach them in English language, it is very important. For example, about living and non-living things, or about different parts of flower in science class, and also about mathematics, some topics, for example, counting numbers, and know the similarities and differences between them, and about geometric shapes. How to teach them? First of all, they learn some vocabs about science topics and mathematics topics, and then they are able to make short sentences, not compound and complex sentences, because it is very hard for them to make compound and complex sentences in English language, and they are living in Iran. So the teachers help, support, and encourage them to make short sentences in present simple, but not through the books. And the teachers don't tell them, open your books, for example, it is a triangle, it is a rectangle. No, not at all. They learn science topics, and they learn science topics and mathematics topics through playing games, singing songs, singing English songs, writing. Writing is not necessary here, as I told you before, and they learn these topics through playing games, singing English songs, watching English cartoons, and the other activities. And they will learn these topics in English language, and the class will be exciting for them. And I want to explain more about how to teach to students to learn science and mathematics in English language, because there are some steps and they are very important. And as I told you, the language of math and the language of science, both of them are completely different from the other English language. For example, from what's your name and how is the weather? No, they are completely different. So they must name, compare, explain, describe, contrast, and also they have problem solving. They ask questions, classify, analyze. As CLIL says, it is not just about learning English vocabularies. So they must be able to learn English vocabularies and English sentences when they are learning science and mathematics in English language. But about Iranian pre-primary students, they make short sentences and they use present simple. Following rapid changes in the world, there has been a great demand for implementing CLIL approach in bilingual pre-primary schools in Iran. In order to encourage and support the students to learn contents in English language, it is essential for CLIL teachers to be aware of the contents in English language. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I would like to ask the next speaker, Kahraman Kuralov. Are you ready, Kahraman? Okay, floor is yours. If you have presentation, you may demonstrate now. Thank you.
Is it visible?
Yes, thank you very much.
So,
Come to
good
the first
afternoon,
slide,
everyone.
please.
I'm glad to be here as a participant with you. First of all, I have to thank to all the organizers of this conference, especially to Azamat Akbarov and my scientific advisor, Professor Jamila Jumabayeva, who motivated me to participate in this conference. So it is the first time I am in a live conference. So today's my topic is developing the speaking skills of students through CLIL. So first of all, as we are living in a modern world, tendency for learning foreign languages is increasing day by day. As a result, new methods, new ways to learn any language is required. So content and language integrated learning, CLIL, has emerged as a promising approach to enhance students' speaking skills by integrating content learning with language acquisition. So in this study, explores the effectiveness of CLIL in developing students' speaking abilities and examines the key factors contributing to its success. So when it comes to the background of the CLIL, the term CLIL was created in 1994 in Europe by David Marsh as a methodology similar to, but distinct from language immersion and content-based instruction. So the idea of its proponents was to create an umbrella term which encompasses different forms of using language as a medium instruction. So in every language learner can face some difficulties while they are learning any skills. For example, the speaking. So they have some problem with the proficiency or lack of the fluency or lack of the confidence. While if we use the CLIL in our speaking classes, we can improve these problems by using CLIL. So when it comes to the theoretical framework, so the development of the speaking skill is a crucial aspect of the language learning, enabling students to communicate effectively in various contexts. So content and language integrated learning, CLIL, has gained popularity as an innovative approach that combines content learning with language acquisition. So moreover, by integrating subject matter content with language instruction, CLIL aims to create a meaningful and authentic learning environment to promote both content mastery and language proficiency. So moreover, the findings of this study highlight the potential of CLIL in enhancing students' speaking skills. The integration of content and language learning creates a meaningful context for language use, promoting authentic communication and motivation among learners. So CLIL also encourages the development of cognitive skills such as critical thinking and problem solving, which are essential for effective speaking. So when it comes to the methodology of this study, so here we can use quantitative and qualitative methods. So quantitative method, pre and post tests to measure students' speaking proficiency before and after participating in CLIL lessons. So when it comes to the qualitative method, student interviews and classroom observations to gather insights into students' experiences. and the learning process within the CLIL classroom. Moreover, CLIL has been extensively researched in recent years, with studies highlighting its potential to enhance language skills, including speaking proficiency. So the integration of content and language learning creates a meaningful context for language use, promoting authentic communication and motivation among learners. So CLIL also encourages the development of cognitive skills, such as critical thinking and problem solving. In conclusion, I have to say that this study demonstrates the effectiveness of CLIL in developing student speaking skills. The integration of content and language learning provides a meaningful context for language use, promoting authentic communication and motivation among learners. The findings highlight the importance of carefully designed content, scaffolding strategies, and interactive learning environments in facilitating speaking skills development. So recommendations. CLIL can be used in every sphere to develop speaking skills. I mean, not only speaking skills, but also all four skills of the language learners. Moreover, we can use this method in other lessons. For example, in science, for example, we can use. Here the references. List of used literature. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kahraman. It was very interesting. Thank you very much. And according to the program, I would like to invite Zafar Abdullayev. Are you online? Zafar Abdullayev from Jizakh State Pedagogical University. The topic was embarrassing multilingualism and multiculturalism in classrooms, a comprehensive exploration. I think that Zafar Abdullayev is not online. And the next speaker is Nafasat Khan Imam Nazarova. Are you here? Okay. Let's move to Lutfia Erkinova. Are you online? Lutfia Erkinova from Oregon State University.
Good afternoon.
Yes, the title of the topic speech is Project Work as a Tool of Integrating Language and Content Learning Effectively.
Yes.
Please, Lutfia, you're welcome. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear organizers, Jamila Jumabayeva, professors and colleagues. I'm really glad to be in this list of participants. I see my friends here. I'm really glad. And this is my first time to be in this LIVE conference, and that's why, please, don't be so judgmental. I have two presentations. I divided my presentations into two. That's why, how can I share? To be honest, I cannot just find.
Okay, here on the bottom of the screen, there is demonstraция экрана, which is green.
Поделиться, да, вот это?
Click on it, please, and then you may demonstrate your slides.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Using projects, yes?
Yes, yes. You may continue.
Project work is my dissertation topic on PhD. So that's why I decided to choose to participate in this conference, because this is really important for me. And we all know that projects are can be used as a good example of CLIL. So right now I'm going to start with just wait, I'm sorry, this is another Сейчас, минуточку. Cannot see it. So, can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so projects, we know that project can be considered as a method, whole method. Yes, but in general, according to my let's say research, according to the research, and I have made lots of research from international books, let's say, so it's not really a replacement for methods, but we may say that this is a complement to the methods, and it can be used almost in all levels, all ages, and all abilities of students. So also projects can be used for EFL classes, ESL classes, EAP or ESP or EOP classes. And what is really interesting, teacher trainings can be included as well. So some features of projects, how can we identify or differentiate projects from other methods? We can say that it is cooperative rather than competitive, because on the basis of project, we, let's say, in general, we consider projects as cooperative work because students should work in groups together rather than compete. So also it culminates in an end product. It means that some type of product can be as the last final or ending as a result of the project work. This is also what can differentiate projects from other methods. What's important, what's next is process and product oriented. It means that not only product, but process is also important here. So what is next? It builds students' confidence, self-esteem, autonomy, language skills, content learning, and cognitive abilities. What should we take into consideration while organizing projects? This is proficiency levels of students, also interest of students, time constraints, and availability of materials. It means that some teacher, of course, teacher can be an instructor here or facilitator by providing materials if they are not available. What is next? This is the classification of projects. Projects can be structured, semi-structured, or unstructured. And what's interesting, projects are usually real world or simulated real world, or sometimes it can be without real world significance. It means that we can link our projects with real life of students, of pupils, and also some other classifications like research projects, text projects, correspondences, surveys, encounter projects, and so on. Let me move to the next presentation. In general, project work integrates language skills and includes some steps. We say that project integrates language and content. It means that it is the basis of CLIL. So content, we know that project work is something wide and it's not, let's say, it's not narrow. So that's why we cannot imagine project without any content. It means that information, and this information can be regarding any topics. So that's why content is really important with the language. So some steps. First step of project work is planning, of course. Teacher provides gives instructions and students start planning together as a group. Some groups consisting of 4 people, 5 people, and so on. So what is the next step is gathering information through reading, listening, interviewing, and observing. So they start gathering and finding information in order to reach the end product, to go to the end outcome, let's say. So next thing is group discussion of the information. After gathering information, they should decide on what to include, on what to probably, let's say, sort out the information. Next is problem solving. This is a process when they start to answering to the instructions or questions of the project, main questions. So what is the next is, this is the oral or written reporting. It means they should report all the work they have done in written or oral version. And the last step is display. Displaying, it means that they should present it after they have written report or after they have discussed discuss the results. They should show to the teacher as in order teacher can evaluate them. Next thing, we say that projects link English to other curriculum subjects. It means that we can use this project work, this method, in different spheres of English teaching, as I have mentioned at the beginning. So it uses content for which students have relevant prior knowledge. So this is really important. Why? Because students, if they don't have prior knowledge on the topic they are going to organize a project work, it is really difficult to organize it. So that's why we can say that this project was somehow learner-centered rather than teacher-centered. Why? Because all the topics, all the procedure, all the instructions are created or organized according to the students. Also, learner autonomy is really important. It means that teacher only facilitates or just create some opportunities, but learners themselves do all the tasks. But here we don't call it as self-study method. Why? Because still they are dependent on the teacher, because all the instructions are given, and all the facilities are created by the teacher. That's why learner autonomy is important. Collaborative learning. They learn through collaboration. They work together as a group. They discuss everything. They come to compromise. So that's why this is collaborative learning. And learning through tasks. Learning through tasks, it means that they do all the tasks step by step. So features, some features, group-centered, as I have mentioned, because this is a good experience for students, because they learn how to work as a group, in a group. So this is a really good way how to improve effectiveness of the teaching process. So we encourage students, we encourage their responsibility for planning, carrying out, and presenting. It means they learn how to plan, they learn how to carry out, and they learn how to present. They have experience on these steps. It means that further in their further learning, it will be really useful for them. So sequence of activities I have mentioned, use of range of skills, of course. Range of skills, these are, we know that project work covers lots of skills like organizational skills, time management skills, problem solving skills, and so on. So activities outside of classroom using their own time, this is really important in order to build autonomy of the learner. Project work, this is a let's say positive side of the project work, that it requires all the time, it requires time of a student outside of the classroom. It means that at home they go home, they do the tasks, they plan together, probably they discuss it on the networks with their peers or with their group members. So that's why it's really important. And authentic English language material, this is really important. And sometimes I think that authenticity can be marked only by a teacher. That's why here teacher's role is important. Teacher can provide with authentic materials. So factors what affects two successful projects. First is availability of time. It means that time management or time in general can be considered. So teacher can, let's say, a teacher can pay attention to the time as well, time management of students. So, access to authentic materials.
Okay, Lutfia, come to conclusion, please.
Okay, so in general, I can say that project work is a really modern and, let's say, innovative way of organizing CLIL classes. So that's why I really recommend you to try in your classes, probably at universities or school lessons. And there are some types of implementing, like they can be implemented in all topics and in all themes of the curriculum. So thank you for your attention. Yes.
Thank you very much, Lutfia. It was very interesting topic. Okay, and as a moderator, Valida Madiarova will continue, please. Will you?
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So let me introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is Mariam Farzaneh from Islamic Azad University of Shiraz. She will be talking about exploring the language use of 5 major personality dimensions using discourse markers. So, Dr. Mariam, are you here? I think she is not here, so let's move on with our next speaker. Jahangir Buriboyev from Samarkand State Institute of Foreign Languages in Uzbekistan. Jahangir, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Good day.
Okay.
Let me 5 minutes to get prepared. Okay.
So.
Okay, the topic is?
The topic is the importance of needs analysis in teaching languages. The topic of Jahangir Buriboyev. Are you ready, Jahangir?
Okay, while he is preparing his presentation, I think the next speaker, Mohammed Elksir, Islamic Azad University. Are you online, Mohammed? Okay, then.
I think not.
Okay, then.
I'm ready.
Okay, please.
Now, let me share my file.
Lutfia, will you please remove your presentation?
All right, I'm sorry. So let me. So is it okay now?
No.
No, not yet.
You have to stop the presentation on the top of the screen. Остановить презентацию.
Там есть, да? Сейчас. Sure.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
So Jahangir Burubayev, you have 15 minutes to present your presentation. If you are ready, you can begin.
Okay, now. Is it visible?
Yes.
So, sorry for being late for some technical problems. So I'm Jahangir Burubayev from Samarkand State Institute of Foreign Languages. My topic is the importance of needs analysis in language teaching. So first of all, I'll outline what is NA needs analysis, why NA in teaching, types of needs analysis, and Hutchinson and Waters classification of needs analysis, and outcomes of needs analysis in teaching languages, and steps for NA organization. The first, what is a needs analysis? I have provided several definitions from different scholars. First of all, by Noonan 1988, needs analysis is a procedure for collecting information about learners and classroom activities to design a curriculum or syllabus. And according to Graves 2000, NA is a systematic and ongoing process of gathering data about students' needs, lacks, preferences, and information, and then making course decisions based on the interpretations. And according to Fatihi 2003, NA is a device or tool to know the learner's necessities and needs and lacks. So Brown states that the systematic collection and analysis of all information necessary for defining a defensible curriculum. Shortly to say, needs analysis functions as a link to develop a curriculum or lesson plan, and also it's identify the gaps between a teacher and learners, what problems they have, what they want, what kind of changes they want from a teacher side, teacher style methods or methodological sides. The next needs analysis cycle by Graves. Decide what information to gather and why, and decide when and where, from whom and how, in what way to gather it. And after gathering information, interpreting it and acting and evaluating the effects of the action after needs analysis, what kind of achievements the teacher achieved, for example, and then why. Why NA is essential in teaching in terms of languages, teaching languages. and to achieve a result-oriented process, to define deficiencies and problems during lessons, to identify gaps between the teacher and learners, and to set target strategies for future learning, and to build a foundation for learning. And two types NA exists. The first one is target need for the certain situation. For example, stakeholders are invited, for example, in an institute or university, translation lab or library or some kind of place needed to build to organize. In this case, stakeholders are welcomed. It's related to some funding. And the second one is learning needs. Actions are taken to improve learning. For example, some learners, they have their listening skills or listening problems are identified. Then some solutions are solutions that become helpful. And the next one is Hutchins and Waters classification. These two scholars classified the needs analysis and its function and what kind of problems are included in NA. Target needs and learning needs, they clarified, and they classified three insight features: necessities of learners and lacks of learners and wants of learners. And possible outcomes from needs analysis. The first one is it fosters learning process and it provides comfortable environment for learning, and it provides the growth in understanding and effective cognition, and individual, group, continuity, cooperation, and competition, because sometimes learners feel isolated or sometimes they do not cooperate with each other. And then after needs analysis question is, for example, their needs are met, then they become comfortable, or they are provided with comfort zone. And a novelty, creativity, granted freedom and commitment, and also NA invites freedom in learning, and LIFI, learning focused instruction and avoid distractions. And steps for needs analysis: identify the measure of learners, their major professions, like they are translators, maybe their goal and aims are directed regarding their their profession, like translation side, and the data from HEETs, teachers and learners themselves, and the questions are made up. Learners' likes and dislikes are taken into consideration, and changes, what kind of changes they are waiting for. For example, in the classroom, for example, they want some screen or like monitor during lesson, or they want some implementations like new methodologies, new techniques in the classroom, or motivation. And also motivation is given by a teacher if they are not so eager to study, to learn. And also wants, likes, and needs are identified, and a clear guidance are given after NA results. In conclusion, needs analysis is widely used in ASP for specific English for specific course, and MD materials development course and procedures. But in reality, no matter specific course, generally NA is important in teaching itself. For example, teaching social studies, history, or languages, or math, what kind of subject, it's generally needs analysis important for all teachers, I think. And needs analysis bridges the gap between students' needs and teachers' style of teaching. And when differences in goals of learners negatively impact the learning process, for this reason, NA helps to set the one main goal in a group, and also focus what? Using needs analysis in all subjects at schools, colleges, and universities. This current article is focused on importance of NA in teaching languages, but my future articles will be will cover the generally teaching itself. Yeah. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. good luck for your future works. And let me move on with our next speaker, one of our keynote speakers, Reima Al-Jarf from King Saud University from Saudi Arabia. And she'll be talking about what teachers should know about vocabulary testing. So please, Dr. Reima Al-Jarf, if you are ready, the floor is yours.
I'm here. I thought just forward later.
You are welcome.
Okay, just a second, please. Share my presentation.
Visible.
Okay. I'm gonna talk about how teachers can design vocabulary tests for EFL or ESL freshman students. The aim of my presentation is to give some background knowledge about the program and to describe the vocabulary courses taught at my college, the College of Languages and Translation, and to give some guidelines for planning, designing, and scoring vocabulary tests. At my college, the College of Languages and Translation, we prepare translators. The translation program is 10 semesters or 5 years. In semesters 1 to 4, the first 4 semesters, the students take 4 levels of language courses: 4 listening courses, 4 speaking, reading, writing courses, 2 vocabulary building courses, and 2 grammar courses. The vocabulary 1 course is taught 3 hours a week, and the vocabulary 2 course is taught 2 hours a week. Specific vocabulary knowledge is important for translators. The textbook that we use is this one. And the same series, we use the elementary and intermediate for the first level, and then the advanced one for the second level. But whichever textbook you teach, you use the same testing procedures. The name of the textbook is English Vocabulary in Use, and the author is Stuart Redman. And this textbook is for lower intermediate and upper intermediate students. It has 100 lessons. We teach only 50 lessons with different themes. We select them, as a matter of fact. We don't go lesson by lesson. No, we pick some from here, some from there. Each lesson consists of 2 pages. On the first page, you find the new material, the vocabulary items and structures. And the other page is for exercises, for practice. The vocabulary courses aim to develop the students' knowledge of core vocabulary between 1,000 and 1,500 words per semester. So in those 2 semesters, the students learn about 3,000 words. Now, the content of the lessons that we teach: classroom language, the senses, the physical world, animals and insects, countries, nationalities and language, the body and what it can do, the place where you live, around the home, health and physical injuries, apologies, excuses and thanks, money, clothes, food, shops, shopping, cooking, restaurants, in the office, computers, global problems, business and finance, sports, and so on. Regarding the linguistic content, the students study prefixes, nouns, noun and adjective suffixes, nouns and verbs with the same form, like present, present, consent, or comment, compound nouns and adjectives, collocations, idioms, fixed expressions, verbs or adjectives followed by prepositions, prepositions preceding nouns, participes, phrasal verbs, and the verb have and have got, make, do, take, give, keep, break, leave, catch, get, the uses and expressions with get, uncountable nouns and plural nouns. Okay, the skills developed in the course, what I do, I don't know what my colleagues do, but this is what I do. The skills are as follows: pronouncing words correctly, recognizing silent letters, hidden consonants, double letters, words with the same vowel but different pronunciation, and words with this different vowels but the same pronunciation, syllabication, stress, spelling words correctly, defining or giving the meaning of words in English and in Arabic, because the students are going to be translators. So they should know the meaning in the first language, and giving the opposite of words, giving all the words that share the same meanings, and grouping related words together, giving the part of speech of each word, and giving the preposition that follows certain verbs, and given the verbs that collocate with particular nouns. Okay, and distinguishing phrases that are idioms and those that are not, giving the plural form of a noun, giving the singular form of a noun, recognizing singular and plural forms, identifying count and non-count, abstract, concrete nouns, American British usage, recognizing derivatives and word synonyms and antonyms, adding prefixes, suffixes to roots and words, compounds, idioms and collocations, capitalization, using words, idioms, collocations, prepositional phrases, phrasal verbs, and correct sentences. So these skills are the ones that we test. Okay. Now, vocabulary assessment at my college, the students take 2 interim tests and they take a final exam. Now, 25% of the mark is allocated to each test, and 50% of the mark is allocated to the final exam. The first test is held 6 weeks after the beginning of the semester. The second one between week 10 and 12, and the final exam after 14 weeks. The first interim covers material covered over the first 6 weeks, and the second test covers material taught over the next 4 to 6 weeks, but the final exam covers the whole, the material covered over the whole semester. 50 minutes are allocated to the test, but the final exam is 2 hours long. The pass mark is 60%, and we give letter grades A, B, C, D, and F. That's for students who fail. When we plan the vocabulary test or any test, we need 2 important components. We need the content of the course, and we need the skills. So we have to outline the course content covered, by making a list of the vocabulary items taught and then classifying them according to the semantic and grammatical categories. The skills that should be covered by the test are the ones that I talked about. I have 2 slides for them, like pronunciation, spelling, identifying the part of speech, the morphological structure, semantic aspects, register, singular, plural, and so on. The meanings, of course, definitions, the collocations, the prepositions, articles, types of nouns. And then what we do, we have to make a table of specifications. The table of specifications consists of 2 variables, the skills, the list of skills, and also the content. So you have a vertical axis and, vertical and horizontal. So one would be for the skills, the other one for the content, or the other way. The one across for the content, the vertical one for the skills. Okay, then we prepare the test instructions. These are examples, like write the silent letter in each word on the line, and write the part of speech of each word, circle the word in which ER is not a suffix, underline the words that have no singular form. For each word, give a synonym, give the meaning of each word in Arabic, and which is the American expression for the, or what is the American expression for the following, fill in the blanks with a preposition for each underlined phrase, which idiom or collocation can be used. For each situation, use an expression of apology, and we call these functions. Okay, the test length, how many words? For each test within the semester, usually I give 100 words. And these are equal to 25% of the words taught, between 25% and 30%. Whereas the final exam usually consists of 250 words, between 250 and 300. And these are equal to between 25% to 30%. I'm sorry. How many pages? Usually 4 pages for the final exam and 1 page for each interim test. How many words per question? Usually between 6 and 10 words. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm allergic. Now, here are some testing criteria. The instructions should be brief, clear, specific. The question should cover all kinds of skills, tasks, exercises covered in the classroom and in the textbook. The items should not be a reproduction of examples used in the textbook, nor in the classroom. The question should require the students to perform tasks at the paragraph and discourse level, as well as the word and sentence levels. Use different question formats to test the same skill, such as pronunciation, singular and plural forms. The questions should test the student's ability to think, apply, infer, connect, and synthesize.
Dear Reima, Dr. Reima Al-Jarf, if you are having with any kind of problems with your health, we can move on to the conclusion part.
Okay, I'm about to finish. I'm about to
Okay.
finish.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No, this is just allergy. Okay. The questions should test the student's ability to think, apply, infer, connect, and synthesize information, not mere recall. We should not use exact sentences and examples from the textbooks. The test should have as many production questions as possible. The items should have adequate, or the test should have adequate discriminating power. The test should be reliable, should be valid, and should be a power test and a speed test. Should have items with different difficulty levels. Now the test paper format, the test information should be in line 1, student information in line 2, in one line, the margins 2 centimeters from each side, the font size Times New Roman 12. The instructions should be bold, and the question should be numbered in square brackets. Line spacing 1.25. Light dotted lines should be used for students to write their answers. The pages, 1 or 2 pages for the interns, 4 pages for the final exams. We should number the pages and the test items sequentially, and the pages should be simple. We should not use like flowers and decoration and lines, and so that we don't confuse the students. It's better to have an answer key and to put the allocated marks for each question. Use whole numbers, no fractions like 1/4. You can use 1, 2, or half only, but no quarters, no small fractions. Deduct points for spelling and grammatical mistakes, and put a check mark next to the correct answer, but don't put anything next to the incorrect answer. And then add up the correct, the check marks for the correct answer, and record the total next to each question in the margin. And then from top to bottom, the marks in the margin, you can add them up and put the total in the bottom margin in the corner. After scoring the test, return the test papers to the students, show the marking system, go through the questions one by one, and give correct answers, and point out common errors or weaknesses. Use the test results for diagnosing weaknesses, and give remedial work like extra exercises for the aspects with which the students have difficulty, such as internet websites, mobile apps, or Uprint exercises for the students. Now, the effects of my proposed testing technique on learning outcomes. Of course, I use pre-testing and post-testing, and also a questionnaire. So the questionnaire survey results, follow-up studies, and comparisons of pre-test and post-test. I did this every semester. I taught vocabulary. So the students reported that even after several semesters and several years, they still remember the vocabulary items, the meanings, the structure, the pronunciation, the part of speech that they studied in the vocabulary courses. In translating a text, they are able to identify the part of speech in context, analyze component parts, infer meaning using contextual clues such as semantic and syntactic clues. So this testing technique proved to be very effective with the students. They learned a lot of vocabulary, about 1,500, using this technique. Okay, now this presentation, I wrote a paper about it, and it was published last year. So if you wish to read about the testing procedure, of course, I changed the title to Testing Multiple Vocabulary Associations for Effective Long-Term Learning. So you'll find the details. Everything is explained, and there is also a sample vocabulary test. You can access the article if you search. It is on ERIC. So if you just search the ERIC database using this number here, ED 634388, you will be able to access the article. Okay, now if you have any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you for your interesting and really useful presentation. I hope that we all got very, very, very valuable information from this presentation. So if you have any questions, dear participants, please feel free to ask. Okay, so if no one is going to speak, I'm going to finish this conference, and it has been a really honor to be among these professors, and I'm going to express my gratitude to all of the participants and attendees, and of course, organizers. Thank you for all of you. Good luck for future works.
Thank you very much on behalf of the University of Exact and Social Sciences. I hope that we'll meet again, and we are going to organize more and more conferences which can be useful for everyone. And I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you very much for interesting speeches, for interesting topics. I hope we'll meet again. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Dr. Azamat Akbarov, would you like to finish to have your last speech at this conference?
Yes, I'm right on time. I'm back right on time. Assalamu alaikum, Raima. How are you, my sister? Good?
I'm good, yeah.
I missed your presentation because I was busy with another things, but it seems that because due to conflict schedule of some of the speakers who didn't show up, I think you did in the earliest time. But anyway, I mean, pleasure to have you here online. And I do believe that the people, they had a very good impression from your experience, from your professional skills. And I really appreciate contributing to this event. Appreciate. Okay, thanks a lot. So if this is the end, see you the next time. All the best to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.